funny that, yeah. And so I'm trying to, I don't know, I have an obsession with getting every single camera angle for the recording, and I just realized how impractical and useless it was because I was watching my recordings like, I'm not looking at the map. And so
But hey, you never know.
Yeah.
What if you missed something?
Only reason I have the map now is so I can do this for you on the share screen and you can see it. And I won't need to make that slightly bigger. Okay.
This would be funny. Someone will be watching this recording. Why does he keep turning?
Yeah, right.
What's going on? Who's over there?
Nobody. Oops. Technical difficulties. There we go. That's slightly better. Still a redneck way of doing it.
I thought all the liquid deaths were carbonated.
Nope.
This one is not.
That one's straight water, I think.
Yeah. I thought it was carbonated. All the other liquid death I've had were carbonated.
Anyway, I don't need that view. I want that view. There we go. And now I got hotkeys, so I can switch it really quick.
Hell yeah, you can.
It's been fun, but I haven't focused on the story. Wow. Okay, well, last session. Well, does anyone want to describe it for me? Anybody like feeling super?
Well, we took down the frog moth. Went back to the village, told them what to do for those little creepy crawly lobster people. Went back to talk to
Carmelo.
I can never remember.
Caramello.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Caramello.
I can remember because it's not
About the puzzle box.
Yep.
Yeah.
Told him about the Fighters Guild, and then from there, or told him like to have the Fighters Guild check up on him or whatnot. Then we rented a cart, and Youthmare's hammer was just all up in our shit. And
Big
then
hammer.
I forgot about that part.
and then went to, I think we went straight to the Black Antlers up there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then we went and met Anthar Froom.
Yep.
Drank ourselves
Drank
stupid.
a shitload and played some games.
That was fun.
Got
That went
these
over
good
well
races.
better than I thought it would.
Yeah, and then we basically just talked business with him the next morning. He wants more information on the cult, and we want to go take out Tiamat.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that when you sent that text, and I'm like, man, I want to at least be able to fly first. When I get to like level 17 or 18, I can actually fly.
I told him, I was like, we'll be the first party ever of level 5s to take out Tiamat.
Tiamat's probably not even summoned yet.
I'm gonna look
We're gonna
up
take her out before
Tiamat's
she's
stat
summoned.
block real quick. Level 30 at 155,000 XP.
Holy.
Nice.
Well,
Solo.
shit. I mean, that would probably take us to level 6.
I would solo her up to level 18.
Yeah, you might climb well up the ladder. You're not hitting it. You're not killing it. She'll fly circles around you. She'll beat you to a pulp. She's not super dexterous.
What's
Yeah,
her AC?
I can't reveal that information.
Shit.
Oh, we can hit her. You just got to crit.
Right.
Probably like at least 16.
I think our plan. Probably 25.
Depends on what head.
I think our plan is just to go and just roll all criticals.
I think what's going to happen if you guys are too powerful when you get to Tiamat is I'm going to bring in Pathfinder creatures because they have harder stats.
I don't know if
I think you should
I don't
bring
know
it
if
in
we'll-
regardless for some fun stuff.
what challenge rating. 30.
30. That's higher than a Sararak by 9 levels.
I don't even know if
You don't even need
3 of
power,
us at
yeah.
level 20 would be
Yeah.
able to take out a level 30 challenge
What does she
rating.
So, I don't feel like this is spoilers at all. She has 5 heads,
Mhm.
Yeah, which makes sense.
and
Yeah,
all
we
of them
know
are
that.
different dragons, so
And-
they can all like do their dragon thing.
in one turn.
Mhm.
Good
A
thing.
little scary.
Good thing I have at least a 18 AC when my sword's drawn.
Oh my gosh!
Hopefully by the time we get to her, we are decked out in a lot of magical gear, and we're probably dang near close, if not level 20.
I love this monster.
Oh, I
This is a
bet you
great
do.
monster. Oh my
Because of the fact that how many attacks she gets, and the fact that multiple breath weapons, you know, we want our stats and we need our saving throws and we need everything and we need potions and magical items and all kinds of fun stuff,
Hell yeah.
which we'll end up getting.
Yeah.
Alright, and just like enjoying this very much. Tiamat is gonna be fun. Probably not fun to run, but fun for you to fight.
The good thing about, like, if you get to fight her, you know, you're the whole campaign gears stuff like this, just like in any other campaign. It gears you to be able to fight something.
Yeah.
It's not going to take you all the way to the end where you're going to just fail. They'll give you the tools to be able to successfully defeat her.
Maybe.
Still means that you have to do it skillfully.
So right now we're deciding on what we want to do. Pretty much.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably run a pre-built short little encounter, just get my head in the game. But that's after you leave the tavern. So, Althar Froome is standing before you, or sitting rather before you, because he's still not feeling well from last night's drinking, and is wondering if you have any more questions for him about anything.
Well, he mentioned that we should, like, you know, like you said, he mentioned, you know, he wants more information on the guild and whatnot.
The cult.
Or the cult, yeah, on the over the cult and stuff. But
Yes.
right now, we don't know exactly where they're going. If they followed the river, if they went through the river, forded the river, and went up towards Waterdeep. So,
Well,
I think he mentioned, like, didn't he mention something about trying to find information within the city as to where their whereabouts were? I think he said something along that line. Because I think we were talking about going to the captain's guard or something like that and talking to someone to see if we can get some information.
what do we get out of that stone?
The
Stone.
stone with
The
the
puzzle
runes
cube?
on it.
Yeah.
You haven't figured out what to do with it yet.
That
Oh, we
puzzle
haven't
cube?
opened it?
Right, you said you wanted to wait on opening it.
Is that what you're talking about, the puzzle cube?
Yep, he's
Yeah.
got it. Yep, I gave him the card. I do have.
So everyone says, well, the information that we got from the Fighters Guild guy said just smash it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should open it.
Let's smash it.
Alright.
Smash it, then maybe. No, I don't know if we should show it to.
Take
Unthorn,
some sort of
I
either
doubt it.
athletics or attack roll.
We can get out of the city first.
Yeah, you probably don't want to do it in the middle of a tavern.
Yeah.
That might actually be a little awkward. You're like, hang on,
Just-
guys.
just out of the
We're
blue.
having a conversation.
Yeah.
And a Jin shows up, and you're like, oh shit,
That we knew this was a bad idea.
not a Jin. I don't like genies.
Do not trust the Jin.
Has he heard anything from Leolson at all?
No.
No word.
No. Leosin was supposed to meet you here.
He said he was going to try.
It's not like him to not be punctual.
He was going to Waterdeep, and he
Yeah.
told us to meet up with you.
I see. Well, I imagine something has him indisposed. As a matter of fact, I'll make sure word is sent up to Waterdeep, and if he is up there, he will be informed of your progress so far. If you ever need to contact me again, you may come back here or contact a member of the Order of the Gauntlet and have a message sent to me. And payment can be received at any
Western.
of the other meeting places of the Order of the Gauntlet. Make sure that they're aware of your mission. And with that, he presents to the three of you each a pin, and on it is the shield with the gauntlet holding the sword. And he offers these to you and asks that if you are going to be doing like heroic deeds, or if you're going to be contacting faction members, that you wear those pins. Not a good idea to wear while you're tracking the cult, but
On the outside, people I killed.
we all killed one actually.
Trinkets. Trinkets for the ones
Trinkets,
I
odds and
used,
ends.
used to collect ears. No, I got pins.
Ears smell after a while.
Well, should we leave him and get out of the city, maybe?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think our business here is done.
Did he pay you already? Please say.
He said 500 gold. didn't
yeah,
he?
wasn't
Okay.
it 500 gold
Oh,
for
I
the,
put that in the fund.
for
That's
the
right.
two dragon eggs, right?
Yep, he did.
Yep. So he now has claimed the black dragon egg, the blue dragon egg, and the horses.
Yes.
And you are
We
welcome
might need to get some horses.
to get some horses. You've got enough funds now. You could definitely afford some horses.
Do we want to buy some or keep renting from the guilds? Because I'm
That's a
sure.
good idea.
What?
Oh, the guild.
Yeah, the guild would probably rent us some horses. Because why?
I would say I'd probably be more up to like. I guess it just depends on if the horses are then our responsibility. If we'd have to pay full price for the horses if they say get killed.
Well, it's better than having to pay now.
Well, what's the going rate for a horse?
Riding a horse is 113 gold pieces apiece.
What about a donkey? They got any donkeys? They cheaper?
Actually, yes.
Alpaca.
Lot slower, 12 gold pieces.
Oh shit! Significantly cheaper.
Yeah, not as fast.
Yeah.
Not as fast.
Honestly, 113 isn't too bad. We'd still
113
have.
is not bad.
You could get a war horse if you wanted for 600 gold pieces.
I will take that. You guys can get the other one.
What was it?
A war
600 for a war
600
horse?
for a war horse. This is why
Oh,
he's
man.
paying you so
Holy
handsomely. It's because things get expensive. Especially if you go to like a magic trinket shop, you might be paying like hundreds or like 1,000 gold for something.
What does a war horse do that a regular horse don't?
Well, it
Armor.
has armor and it's
Oh.
trained for battle.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, didn't the fighters guild don't we get discounts and stuff?
Not on animals. That was an oversight. You can submit a complaint with Carmelo. It's a 13-page form, filled out, signed in triplicate,
Well,
sent in, sent back,
Yeah.
corrected,
I have him.
sent in for inquiry, and then
I have him do all that legwork. and
right.
he just tells
He's
me
your
what it is.
he's your bookkeeper. By the way, he still hasn't finished all the paperwork for your inquiry
For the
about how
last
far
year.
you are, because it's that detailed. And it's like it takes a few days.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. As long as he's working on it.
All of a sudden, a courier comes up. Hey, I've got a letter for you.
There you go.
Got your name on it. And it's just a single slip of paper, and it says 3. So you're not like you're 3 out of 10 steps to the next level.
It's like, thanks, Carmelo, for that.
And on the back, it's
Sign
got his
here,
signature,
initial here.
Yeah. Initial here to say that you've received.
Do you guys want to see if we can rent, or do you want to buy some horses? Because 113 ain't too bad.
113 isn't bad to per horse and stuff. It's not horrible.
Awesome.
Man,
You
we
still
should-
want your donkey?
I'm good to get a horse.
The only problem that we're gonna have is with horses we have to take care of the horses. So therefore, we have to take care of rentals too. But like
Mhm.
if we end up going after the cult and stuff like that, I don't know if we can really be riding in on horses, right?
No.
That
I mean,
could
but,
be problematic.
But then again, yeah, we just have to be careful. We've done it before. We've pitched up a camp like outside of their, views and went in from there.
Yeah.
I think we need horses regardless, and
Oh, yeah.
we can just have our own.
You can also, if you want extra hands and reliable ones, you could hire a mercenary to come alongside you and take care of those things while you're in the cult.
That could be Katie's character.
And then when she finally joins the game, we're like, "Hey, we have your character. It's been acting in the game already.
You're a stable boy.
You have lore, actually."
That's funny.
Our half-orc barbarian stable boy.
Can it be
Stable person.
have the Bieber haircut and the Jennifer Coolidge accent?
Sure can. It sure can.
So it'd be like, since you didn't show up, you're now our stable person.
So she figured out how to wear her hair so it looked like Justin Bieber hair with her hood up, and then was talking like Jennifer Coolidge, and it was pretty funny.
It was pretty
Oh,
good.
that'd be hilarious.
Well, let's go buy some horses then.
That would come to 339 gold pieces in total for
Let's
3
hope
horses.
these guys. 330.
Do you want me to take that out of the bank?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take it out of the main bank.
It's not
You're
okay.
paying with credit card?
Yeah.
Hey, with gold.
Alright. Oh. Shoot, I didn't want to do accounting tonight. It's not
My,
what I signed
my
up
dagger
for.
has tap on it.
Alright, that brings the bank account down to 288 in gold, in liquid gold. In other funds, you definitely still have a lot of gold. I wouldn't be concerned about that.
And 10 plat.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when I mean liquid, I mean like cash.
Yeah.
There we go. All is in order. Would you like them branded or unbranded? And if so, what kind of brand do you want?
Unbranded, especially if we're gonna be playing around with the cult. They accidentally find the horses. I feel like the less information they can gain, the better.
I agree.
Yeah.
Comes at a risk. You're informed. So first of all, branding free of charge. If you have unbranded animals and somebody of law enforcement notices they're unbranded, he might confiscate them as potentially stolen animals. He can try.
You can try.
Good
So,
try.
so it's common practice to brand animals that way. They can be tracked. It's like a license plate.
I want to make another, not Inquisition to Carmelo, but for our rank, I wonder if there's pins that we can wear too. Because that's another form of ID. We got a gauntlet pin that we can show, and then we could have something from the Fighters Guild that we can also show. To be like, we didn't rob these horses, they're ours.
Let me see. We're just assuming you're back at the guild now.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Well, we had to go somewhere to buy
Oh,
these horses.
yes. Oh, yes, I was supposed to. And he starts rummaging around. Where did I leave? Is that it? No, that's full of mold. Finds a box. Ah. Oh. I think I've been failing at my job. I haven't been giving this out to the new recruit. Okay, here you go. And he gives you some pins, and they're covered in dust. It's just like, if you blow on it, it's a cloud of dust. Oh. And it's like a bar that you would see on a military uniform.
I just think
And
it'd be nice to have something like that so we can show.
it's got on it FG. Fighters Guild.
There we go.
Extremely unique.
Very
You've
nice.
never seen it anywhere else. And so he gives all three of you those. Yeah. I think I have to go. And he runs off with the box. And he kind of runs in a weird way. He runs a little bit like Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yep, love it.
He's lanky and tall and extremely skinny. So it's a weird sight seeing him kind of run awkwardly down the hall, just sort of hopping and skipping, and you hear clink 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 as the little wooden box with all the pins in it goes, and then you hear as he watch where you're going.
I mean, in all reality, we could brand our horses. I mean, nothing like, we don't have to do anything too elaborate.
That's true.
be something simple. Could be like a
I
letter.
think it would probably be a good idea if it keeps us away from law enforcement.
You also don't have like a name for your adventuring group, which could be useful. So you could come up with a name if you wanted to and make that your brand.
Oh boy.
Tres Banditos.
That's a bad name. It sounds too much like Bandit. Did you want to go to like the workshop room and try to open that box while you're at it?
I think we should probably do it outside the city, just in case something stupid happens.
Very
Never
well.
know.
I hope something stupid happens.
Like I said, you break it open and like, yeah. You never know what's gonna happen when
Yeah.
you break it open, or you open it incorrectly. Or hell, who knows? You may not even be able to open it.
Let's do this. Let's do a brand like that.
Ah, the leaf of Lorien.
Yeah.
It's a very articulate, elven-looking leaf.
Yeah.
You draw it on a piece of parchment. Yeah,
Okay.
Little fuzzy.
Like that?
Okay.
All good.
it's
I like it.
that is useful. I didn't even think about that. That's a great idea. Wow, that is loud. All of a sudden, the bard gets really loud, really jamming.
We could do that, or we could do like this.
Oh, the tree. Here, try this.
Is that the
Cam.
tree of life?
It's this one has the greater resolution.
Ah,
I kind of like the leaf better, I think.
Okay.
yeah, leaf.
My horse is gonna be black, and his name's gonna be Brego.
I was gonna recommend the name of the horse from The Horse and His Boy. It's Bree, isn't it? Have you either of you read that book? It's from the Chronicles of Narnia. His name is Bree. He's a good horse. He's a talking horse.
Do you know who Brego is?
No, I don't think so.
It's
Maybe I do.
oh my god. Lord of the Rings,
Say
Ranger.
Aragorn's
Aragorn's horse, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I knew I recognized it, but I didn't know where.
Brego.
Who's gonna take Shadowfax?
No, heck no. I was
Shadow
thinking
Fax.
Mr. Head.
Shadowfax simile.
Because
It's
the
a-
horse is
It's a fax machine.
That shows my age. I'm gonna take the most reliable Mr. Head.
Brego.
I like that. You should write it down.
Yeah.
Definitely. Why don't you put it
So I could.
like? I think you get 60 feet of movement speed on a horse. So you might want to put like 60 under your movement speed, and then like parentheses horse or something like that, as a reminder.
If we're
Yeah, just in case you need that. Horseback fighting is the worst. I don't recommend it. It's really complicated mechanically.
Unless you have a war horse. So if you have a war horse, it's a little bit better
Mm-hmm.
mounted combat. But having just a regular riding horse, it does get, you do get hindrances.
Mm-hmm.
Bow and arrow isn't as bad if you can get your horse to stay.
Yeah.
Better off just jumping
Oh,
off.
yeah, that's a great point. So I've been thinking about this for a while. Character skills are things that you can learn with dedication and with training. So if you wanted to become like a Mongolian horseback archer, for instance, which is a completely different method of archery from Western archery. So it would require like lots of training for your character. I'm talking like a full month of training at least to become somewhat capable of doing it. You could totally do that. This is kind of a weird skill to use as an example, though.
well, I mean, while we're on horseback, you can always just train while we're using them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think I will let you, like, you will certainly be able to fire a bow. I don't know how good you're going to be at hitting things if you're untrained in that. Like,
Well, that's what it's. We can set up our own little training area in a way while we're.
It's a cool thing in real life. They end up putting the shaft of the arrow on the other side of the bow, and they have to learn this twist thing with their arm in order to keep the arrow flying straight. They have to sit side saddle, and they don't aim. It's like a shotgun. You just kind of like point.
Yeah.
Just you kind of twist your wrist and keeps the arrow going straight. It's really interesting. I like archery. Okay, so you got that horse. The horse is covered. They're branded with the leaf, not the leaf of Lorien, the leaf of Eladrin or something.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
The Fey leaf.
There you go.
I like the thing.
I don't think that exists, so we can claim that.
Perfect.
Recognizable as belonging to the. Should we give your party a name?
We should think about it.
Okay. The currently unnamed party.
The Fifi Fighters.
Adventures.
That I don't think I could take that one seriously.
I'm not opposed.
Uh-oh, we got two.
Was that? Were you going off of like the Foo Fighters?
No, because our
Or-
dragon's name is Fifi.
Right. Okay.
Oh, good lord.
Oh my. Okay.
In honor of Fifi.
In honor of
We
Fifi.
have to kill that dragon at some point, probably. Yeah, well, it works with that too.
Oh yeah, was that talk about it last week helpful for like understanding dragons?
Yeah.
They're
But-
interesting.
Like I said, we still don't know whether like the dragons that like now are like kind of helping us with our quest because they don't want Tiamat to arise for their own personal being and
There's
pride and so there's
Yeah.
still a lot of questions.
there's still a lot of questions, but that's good because I mean, yeah, who knows? I mean, you guys have seen the movie How to Train Your Dragon, so like that where the alpha dragon comes out and friggin' does the call and it just mesmerizes. I mean,
Yeah.
who knows? I mean, how that whole thing works. D&D's weird.
Yeah, there's lots of interesting potential there.
Let's get out of here.
I was just doing a little research on rangers there and like on your crossbow feat and everything like that, just to make sure that you couldn't already do horseback archery.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about that.
But the good thing is you do have exceptional animal handling. Did you take animal handling as your proficiency?
I've got this sheet.
Let's see. I don't think I did. I might have though.
Animal handling is proficient with a +5.
Nice. So yeah, he is proficient.
Yep.
So
Yep,
that's
I
good. So +5 is now +6 because is that up to level 5?
Yikes! Oh, I better not give that away unless he wants me to.
Is that up to level
That's
5?
Oh, please do tell.
Yeah, it is level 5.
Okay,
Oh no,
so
it's
that does
it
give
is
him
Smirnoff
three.
is really, really good at one particular thing, and I don't want to say what it is.
Austin, what are you really good at?
Not, I'm gonna say he's not good at intimidation. 'Cause
Yeah,
we're
he is
all-
definitely
That
not.
would be correct.
We're all non-charismatic mofos.
Now I'm curious. What is it?
Oh, I can't tell you.
You.
Yeah!
You
Gotta
totally
be
can't.
sneaky about it.
I love setting you guys up for this.
If I'm gonna have to guess now it's definitely deception. No, I'm just kidding. That's charisma too, and we both know. Yeah, I mean, we all.
Yeah, it's not deception.
Okay,
Quite bad at that.
so my question for you would be, do you want to go back out the gate you went and try to find where the cult broke off? There was talk about that last week. Or do you want to like go out of the eastern gate, kind of near the river, and try to find the tracks of the cult? Because you had talked about how they'd gone east around the city, and that you wanted to maybe find their tracks. I think that's what you were saying.
We weren't sure. Well, the whole thing is we saw them going east, but we didn't really actually see them cross the river. So we
Yeah.
don't even know if they're just following the river. Because for all we know, they're just going to continue on through the river to the next town and sack it. Or they forded the river and went around Baldur's Gate to go up to Waterdeep.
Is there anything before we leave that we want to bring out that we've put in the armory? Like anything that... We have 3 or 4 different like magical items that we don't know what they do.
So you have the sword on you still, right? That
I think so, yeah.
yeah, you were carrying that. I mean, there is that large sapphire claw. We do have the large stone with runes we can't read.
The skull too.
The ivory skull with ruby eyes. And you have the gold short sword with the topaz.
Yeah, you have the sword on you.
Yeah.
Those other things he mentioned are mostly in the bank.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
Want to leave them
we
in there?
have the, I can carry the scroll of remove disease just to make sure that we have something like that just in case, someone gets diseased.
Probably a good idea.
Sometime I've got to like
I think I actually have that written
retake
down.
stock of what you guys have on you, so that I can give you opportunities to use these things. I've lost
Yeah,
track.
well,
of
we don't know what any of this stuff does, so we might need to figure it
That's
out.
half the fun.
Yeah.
Like in the Tomb of Annihilation game, one of my players from like early on, before he left, sought out an enchanter inside of Port Yanzaru, the only city in Chult that was inhabited, and we had a fun encounter with this. I built him off Tim the Enchanter from Monty Python.
Nice.
And I
Nice.
called him Tim.
Nice.
And it
I
was
love
great.
Tim.
It was super fun, like trying to find somebody in the city who can do this sort of thing. And then Tim like enchanted his sword to have a permanent flame spell, and and then made him a specific sheath that if he put the sheath in there, it dispelled the flame spell while it was in the sheath, and when pulled out, it would re-up the flame spell.
Fun, that would take
Just
that.
random freaking. Yeah.
Well, I think I did have him do that. I think I had his house burned down or something like that afterwards because of the fire.
Fun stuff.
Maybe we just go back the way we came and try to find that trail.
That might be the best way to go about it. I think we should leave everything else. Primarily, I think we should leave it except for the short sword. We you want to mess with that maybe next fight. If we
Yeah.
get into a next fight, maybe you can mess around with that. The sapphire claw and stuff like that, and everything. The ivory human skull. I think we should just leave those. Maybe
Okay.
we can give a attempt after the next
I don't know.
the next deal.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too far fetched. If I could like send my owl to go pick up something if we needed or wanted from the guild.
As long as it's not too
from the bank?
heavy.
Yeah, just with a note. Give the note, they can give them the package, and maybe who knows.
So in all honesty, yeah, we don't know where they went. So we came from Candlekeep. We came up to Baldur's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
They were heading east, or west. West.
They
I'm
went,
west now.
that would be north.
This way.
Yep, they went that way. Yep.
Yeah. So heading this way, we went to Karn.
Mm-hmm. Which I made up.
Yeah.
Does not exist.
So I mean, if they went this way, I mean, they could have crossed and went north, or they could have came all the way over, sacked this town, potentially sacked this town, and then came over here and sacked towns all the way up this way towards.
You can barely see it, but if you scroll out a little bit, it says Tradeway on that road.
Oh, right here.
Oh, you have the mouse over there.
Oh, I do.
Oh, that might have been me who left it there.
I'll give it to you. You know how to run it.
Wood of shark teeth.
It's a little hard to do it upside down.
Is there rabbits in there?
No, there are a very special breed of lizards. Or something, I don't know.
Monty Python reference.
Uh-huh.
In the cave.
I didn't remember that part.
So since there's no there's no roads that just lead north to Waterdeep. So either you I mean there's
There
probably
should be,
paths,
actually.
but I don't think there's like an actual like main road. So like main roads, you have Coastway, you have Swordway.
So
There's like maybe pathways there. I mean nothing like grandeur. Roads, right? Swordway
well-
doesn't continue. Does Swordway or Coastway continue upward?
Probably, because there's got to be good a solid road for trade between Baldur's Gate and Waterdeep. I'd assume.
Oh, here we go. Sword Coast and the North. Oops, I need to move you guys so you can see that one. Okay, so there should be, actually.
We follow that trail.
I don't think that map is complete. Oh, yeah, it's not. This doesn't look correct. Okay, hang on a moment while I check my more complete map.
So yeah, so
And I'll draw it in.
Tradeway.
No, that's not the map either, dang it. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, that is not accessible anymore.
Nice.
Well, regardless, I mean, we don't really need the road if we're trying to find this caravan.
I wouldn't know. Is this a scrollable one?
It should be, I think.
So, my character is from the Sword Mountains, right north of Waterdeep. So, I would know this area pretty good.
Yeah.
Fairly well. You know,
okay.
maybe even up to Neverwinter. You know, I would know this area fairly well because I'm from the Sword Mountains. My guys, the Forge Bar clan is from the Sword Mountains
So there is
as a hill dwarf.
essentially a road system like that I just drew in there. That should work. And those connect.
Okay, so this will eventually come over and connect with the tradeway. So you're gonna assume that they're carrying a lot of goods, that they're gonna want to be on roadways or at least travel ways. So therefore, if Coastway is gonna continue this way, either they're gonna go around Baldur's Gate and try to. Did they come? Did we say that they went east towards the
Yeah.
mouth of the river,
Yeah, along the River Chianthar. So it should be
like where the hand is
all
right now, like over here?
like over here.
So they went down.
They went west.
Yeah.
East.
Or wait, never east,
Yeah.
east. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm thinking backwards.
Ocean is
I'm
the
sorry.
west. Yeah,
Usually
no,
the map
that's
is
fine.
flipped.
That's fine.
Okay, so we are heading this way. Okay, so either they went around and to the road to continue up this way, or they went along the river.
Well, I think we just go east out of Baldur's Gate and see if we can find because a caravan of 200 is going to leave a trail.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, at first when we first saw the map, you know, we heard something about Verdusk, but you know, down here is where they ended up going.
My bet is that they went straight
Okay,
east.
it's not in there. So right here is where the other city was, because we went all the way across this.
Let's head east, following the river a little bit.
Yeah. So let's try to pick up their scent. I mean, we both we have some people that are probably good at tracking.
I got my owl too that can scout.
It's been a few days. That might have not helped your potential. So it might take some scouring.
Yeah.
But I think you're up to the task.
Yeah, let's start scouring.
The good news is your owl can fly high.
Yeah.
So your owl can see distance. So a big size caravan like that is not going to go without being unseen. So if we start getting close to them,
Yeah, it'll get easier.
Why don't you do a rather easy history check for me to see how much you remember from when you came through before Kalimshan.
history check. Someone better roll good because I am Mr. Not Intelligent.
Get those out of the way.
I got a 13.
Okay.
7 minus
I did say
3.
easy.
4.
Okay. So that's an adjacent fail. What'd you get?
4.
Adjacent fail. So the two
You have
of
a
you.
4?
Yeah, I crit failed.
Oh.
Plus,
Just say, how do you do that with
Plus
your
4.
intelligence?
Okay. Well, we have one guy who remembers well. It's just the two of you disagree with him. And you're like, no, it was up this way, and it's like, no, it was at least a quarter day's travel from Baldur's Gate that we noticed that the track stopped. It stopped following the road and went off into the wilderness.
because we were over here, right?
Yeah,
Where we kind of like camped out
Kind
a
of.
little bit.
At the house of Les and his family.
No, that was in the Cloakwood.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because we went from Candlekeep up into.
Excuse me, it was the
Yeah,
cloak
you're
one.
right.
Sorry, I kind of like in my
Ah, dude,
mind.
Merm is 5. Yes,
In my mind, I kind of had.
Mr. 5. We did the Wood of Sharp Teeth when we were following
Oh,
from
that's what I was-
Greenest over here.
Yeah.
And we skirted.
Yeah,
inside
that's
the
what I
Wood
was
of Sharp
thinking of.
Teeth.
I was
Yeah.
forgetting that I kind of like made up a little bit of forest over here that doesn't really exist. So. And that's
Alright.
what less
It
was.
makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense that there would be
It's
forest.
helpful to have this map. I can draw in all my alterations.
So I think we follow Austin's intelligence.
Thank
I
God.
agree.
The class that's dexterity and wisdom based. my big old 5 intelligence really hinders me in certain aspects.
Should we giddy up then? Gallop?
Giddy up.
Okay.
Maybe we'll see that Etten again.
I don't see anything else that I need. I think I'm good with everything else.
As you're saddling up, you notice an interesting sight. There's a crowd gathering on one of the little side streets in Baldur's Gate near the Fighters Guild, and there's this bronze and kind of small mechanized puppet that is just sort of dancing around in the streets, and there's a lot of children watching it, and kind of it looks like it kind of looks a little fun actually. It's taking a series of 1-foot wooden cubes and somehow magically constructing mugs out of them, which is interesting. He stops doing that and starts juggling balls, and then makes a knife out of another piece of wood. Just like sort of like magically carving away at the wood in a very rapid pace, and then presenting these gifts to the children as you're passing by.
That's pretty cool. A hardcore chainsaw friggin' artist right there, I tell you what.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be speaking or anything. It's just sort of like diligently going away at its craft, and it's entertaining. But as
I think we should go check it out.
Oh, you want to check it out?
Yeah,
I think we should.
I'm down.
Cool, yeah.
There's a man there. He seems to be a little bit out of his maybe like mental faculties a little bit. He maybe had a little too much wine already. Playing some music on a 3-string lute right next to this construct that's doing all the magical, interesting things. As you approach, you hear him singing a song that is not really very. It's kind of nonsensical as he like forgets where he's going, and stops strumming the lute, and then picks up in the middle of a different song, and then sings the same verse like 2 or 3 times, and then realizes I sung that one, and then drunkenly grabs a flute and starts playing it. It's somehow worse. The construct is on a little ball, and it rolls around on this ball. It's mainly humanoid in shape, and it comes up to you juggling these balls, and it tosses one in your direction, and as you catch it, it looks like it's got detailed carvings of the world of Toro around it. It's like a globe of the world, carved into this wood, immaculate, no seams, no problems like that. He tosses one in your direction and then goes back about his business, and some of the kids come up to you and, I want it. Do you engage?
Who caught it?
I was imagining Tyranny did.
I caught it?
Not I said to fly. I don't know if I can catch.
Do a catching check for me. Yeah.
I might be able to. I mean, my dexterity isn't horrible, but
He
I
d- he-
mean,
It's not like reading. You don't have to do your reading check for that
Would sleight of hand be a deception thing?
It could
Oh,
be
no,
construed
it's
that way if you want.
Sleight of
Hand
hand
is
is
dexterity.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna play with the kids a little bit with a little sleight of hand with that globe.
See if you're able to
Freezing.
juggle things.
9.
You get all the bad. Get all
I think
the
that
bad.
might be enough to fool a kid.
You're able to do the fake juggle where you toss it up in the air and then you pass it underhand to the other hand, and the kids are like, "Oh, he can juggle too!"
Get all
I'm
the
gonna
bad
try to
rolls
make
out
it
now.
disappear. I'm gonna do again. 15. So I'm gonna make it kind of just like show it to a little kid, and then do a little sleight of hand, make it disappear.
Mm. Did I ever tell you I can juggle?
I can
It's
juggle
easier
3.
with 3
I
than
can
with
juggle
2.
3.
I just don't like juggling dice. They're hard to catch. Slippery. Anyway.
I like apples or oranges. They're easy. These are too.
Yeah,
light.
they're a great size. They're a lot easier to grab. These things are a little too small.
They're too small, too light.
The kids start tossing you more of the spheres that they have gotten, and they want to see how many you can juggle.
Well, let's keep going. Ooh. 19.
Ooh! All of a sudden, something clicks, and you've got 4 going. You're at 2 in one hand, 2 in the other, and you're doing the single hand juggling with both of them. How long can I keep this going? I didn't know I could do this. Somebody takes out a coin and kind of flicks it your way.
16.
You drop one of the balls when the coin hits you in the forehead, and then you kind of lose your rhythm, and then they just all come falling down to the ground. Unfortunately, one of them hits the ground and it splits in half, and then it just sort of like dissolves into nothingness and appears right back in the hand of the bronze
Oh,
construct.
that's cool. Well, I'm gonna take the other ones that dropped, and I'm gonna throw one at Austin.
Who's this Austin guy?
Smirgoth.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Throw one at Smirgoth. Then I'm gonna throw one more.
I kind of want to.
I definitely catch mine.
What if I rapid fire 2 more at you?
I almost want to have him.
He does
do,
have
like,
a lot of. He does have a lot of dexterity.
If you were to hit him, it would. I almost want to have him do a Constitution save to see if like his head is hard enough that it breaks the.
Your camera's frozen there.
Does it make athletics roll?
I should
Catch
fix that.
that?
I think anything that's dexterity based,
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, let's go dex base.
Let's try
So-
to fix that real quick.
Alright. Well, let's go acrobatics then.
Yeah, I would
Oh.
say it's probably dex.
What'd he do?
or dex based.
What'd you do?
Crit fail.
Crit
Oh
fail.
no, that sucks. You just
I didn't catch any
Thank
of
God,
them.
thank God it wasn't with knives.
Yeah.
So the other 2 that I throw at you, what happens? Do you think?
Right in the kisser. Bam! Right in the kisser. Right in the kisser. Oh, it's back.
I have to
Research this a little bit.
invest in some better technology at some point. Running off of 3 computers right now.
Did you hear what happened?
No, sorry, I was distracted fixing the camera.
So he caught the first ball that I threw at him,
Uh
then I rapid fired 2 more, and he crit failed.
huh. Let's DC 10 Constitution save to see if you go unconscious from getting hit in the head.
Twice.
Is he on his horse? No, not yet. Not on the horse yet. We're still in Boulder's Gate. Can't be on the horse yet.
That's correct.
Yeah, I gotta find my constitution on this thing.
They're usually in the kind
Upper
of top
left.
left area.
There it is.
Yeah, strength and dex.
Ah, crit fail.
Oh my goodness.
He goes down.
Get him out of your system now. Holy.
Just around the corner come like several guards all in a line, and one of them looks over. Wait, what happened here?
He can't catch.
He couldn't catch the balls, man. Thought he was quicker than that.
You look at Smirgoff, and there's the imprint of a continent on his face.
Oh shoot, that's hilarious. I'm just dying laughing. That's just good.
The guard comes right, like he breaks off from the rest of them, and they all stop, and he starts questioning you. What happened here?
Well, I'm gonna throw him a ball.
The guard?
Yep.
He puts up his shield. None of that.
Talking to the kids, they don't like having fun. You know, they're too serious.
Trying to think of what a cop would do if you threw a baseball at him. I guess he probably wouldn't be that mad. It's just like a baseball.
Yeah.
Okay, he's none of this goofing off. That's not the words they would use.
What's happened in the meantime with this performers?
Deciding. The drunken bard has slumped over in his chair and is sleeping, snoring very loudly and annoyingly. And the brass or bronze construct is still kind of like dancing around on the little spherical ball, taking those cubes out of a what do you call it, a crate, and making more juggling balls, and he presents them to the children, and then the guard sort of realizes, like, okay, this is just nonsense. It's not that big of a deal. Don't let me catch you doing that again. And then he goes back, and the guards go back about their business.
I want to throw it at the back of his head.
You are such a murder hobo. Except you're not murdering anybody, you're just attacking them.
Well, trying to get him to lighten up a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Pelt him in the back of the head with a wooden ball.
Lights out, more like it.
And just hand the ball to the kid.
That's funny.
How do we wake Austin up?
Smelling salts, slap him in the face. Water.
Dump water on his head. Burn a feather and put it under his nostrils. That's a way that people used to wake each other up. Because the smell is so revolting, it'll just pop you right out of your consciousness.
That makes sense. Well, I'm gonna...
That works in real life.
Austin, do you have long hair? Smirgoff?
I can't talk, but you can see me.
I think he's got long hair. Clip off a little section. Burn that. To wake him up.
That's awful.
It'll grow back.
Smirgoff, you wake up to your hair in the hands of Taryn as he is mischievously burning it in front of you and laughing. He can't control himself.
That's what you get for not catching, man.
Oh, I wake up and I'm definitely a little foggy. I really have no idea what just happened. Very confused.
Oh, I'm just crying, dude. I can't even. Oh, that's good.
My head hurts though.
Yeah, you gotta implant
Back to
the
back
floor.
crit fails.
I guess one of the children comes over and just completely ignores Smirgoff laying on the ground, but coming back to consciousness, and grabs the ball that bounced off of his forehead and runs off giggling. It's like, it's mine now.
That was fun.
The
I
crowd
fully enjoy. I'm glad you said we should go
We
check
should
that out.
check this out.
crowd starts to disperse and say like, we've had our fun. The bard is completely asleep, and the bronze construct starts kind of packing up the materials and then goes and sits completely rigid right next to the bard, just not moving.
Oh, I loved that. Let's get out of here.
Now that Smirnoff's got a headache,
Does it-
beat hell.
Does the construct speak at all? What
Well-
languages? If we try to ask him how long he's been doing this, what's he say?
Well, I unfortunately closed the thing that had the answer on whether or not it could speak.
Oh, that's good.
It seems to be unable to respond to you. but it seems to also understand what you're saying at the same time.
Does Smirnoff, is he bent over at eye level with this thing so it can see the continent on his forehead? Does it try to see if the
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
It can see the
that it's immersed?
continent for sure, but it doesn't react
Ugh.
to that
That's
information.
But before we leave, I asked him if he's capable of building me a longbow with his immaculate carving abilities.
Ooh.
Excuse me.
Well, according to the stats, it doesn't have the ability to speak, but
Do you have a longbow on you that you can show him?
I do, yeah. I can pull out my longbow and
It would need material.
motion to it.
It would need material.
it would need material. Literally, would need wood material.
Yeah.
Jewish. I don't think we really have any. You know, we can always come back and
What? Yeah. If we
we
find
can
some,
find them again.
what if we found like
Yeah.
some kind of ancient tree or some shit that you could get
Yeah,
some
that's kind of what I was
material
thinking.
from?
More so just trying to gather information, see if that was a possibility. But if he can't speak, then I guess we'll have to present him with the materials and see what happens.
Try waking his owner.
Oh, that I don't know if that'll.
Use the rest of the hair you cut off. To...
That was good. Yeah.
that does bring up a point. So I actually need to talk to you a little bit offline about brewing. So, brewing, I just did a quick little search and everything is homebrewed. Okay, so when it comes to the use of brewing supplies and it comes to how they're being used, whether it's to build potions or it's to build alcohol or whatnot, maybe we should look at potentially making Baldur's Gate our home base. Maybe we should look at potentially renting or buying a place here, so we can keep our stuff.
Well,
so we can
Definitely places.
Well, what about? I mean, doesn't the Fighters Guild have like? I mean, not permanent residence, so we could stay there anytime, almost.
You could stay there. Might get old. It's not really a
I definitely-
personal place.
I definitely think that that's something we should look into, but also, the longer we wait, the further away this cult gets.
I agree.
That's the whole thing. It's like, for me, it's like if we're gonna do something, because like if I want to make like some healing potions for us, it's something that based on probably dice rolls and stuff like that and quality, that could take multiple weeks or so
I see what you mean. Yeah.
to
actually,
come to to be completed. So if we have a place here, I can brew something up, which may only take like a day, and while it's finalizing, fermenting, whatever, while we're going out doing our thing, when we get back, it'll be done. Hence the fact that we can always have beer ready. Hey, we're going out for an adventure. All right, I'm gonna brew something up here. By the time we get back, it's gonna be ready to drink.
If guards ever search that, they're gonna think we're running a Breaking Bad operation out there.
Well, the good thing is, like, if we ever get stuck in Baldur's Gate and stuff like that, I mean, that way, we're not paying 100 gold for a healing potion that I can make in 4 weeks or something like that.
We'll
while
have
we're
to
out
come.
doing stuff.
We'll
right?
have to come back. I have Austin signed up still, or Smirgoff signed up, so we'll have to come back.
So I mean, and we'll take a look at it. We'll just see how the adventure goes for a little bit. I mean, we won't have the gold or anything like that to be able to buy or rent a place for a few.
Yeah. I just had
levels.
a thought that is only slightly related to what you're talking about, but I do want to mention it before I forget. Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate are both accessible by water, and there are ships here that you can chart.
Yeah, we charter a ship.
Yeah.
So if we can get to the coast.
So if you did like the idea of Baldur's Gate being your home base, you could spend some money to take a ship back down to Baldur's Gate when you want to.
Are there outlying suburbs? Because I don't know.
Yes. So it's
For Baldur's Gate,
yeah. Mainly.
it's like that one that we walked through.
Yeah.
So you got little.
I'd like
little
to be in
Calamshan.
Calamshan. That'd be a cool place to be.
Maybe we'd be locals and we wouldn't get in trouble for staring at other people's wives.
Listen, he had it coming. That dude.
So you have.
I mean, Baldur's Gate's the biggest town on the Sword Coast.
So it's there's technically Little Calamshan is like its own thing outside of the city, but then there's also the outer city, which is like things that are not technically within city limits but are still considered like Baldur's Gate.
I like
So
Little
like
Calamshan.
Aurora, Illinois.
I think that would be a sweet place to have a bit home base.
Little Calamshan?
Yeah.
It's so neat. Hang on a second. I have a file on this because it's somewhat detailed and it's really interesting.
Yeah, if we can somehow get in there and we can, because horses are allowed in Little Calamshan.
So
I
in
believe.
Calamshan,
But that might be a cool place to at least set up home base if we decide to home base it, because yeah, we could if we're going to Waterdeep a lot, we could rent a ship. I mean, heck, we find these guys, and if we actually find out that their direction is Waterdeep and we're only here or something, or we're here, we can always go back to Baldur's Gate and take the ship up there and beat them there.
Good.
you could probably find a lesser Drudok, which is a subdivision of residences, and purchase a manor in there, and it would be what is the term? It'd be
Luxurious.
a Calamshanite
Shanty.
Calamshinian. It'd be a Calamshinian residence, and it would have the amenities of that. And if you were rich enough, you could have servants. What do they call the servants?
Don't drink my beer.
Little Calamshans.
Druziers.
Okay. I'll call them Little Calamshans.
They'd be like, I do not understand.
Perfect.
Yeah, so if you wanted to, you could get Alamkar guards for your Sabalada, your residence, within the Drudok, and you could have Druziers serving you.
I'm all about it.
We need to get some levels and get some freaking gold.
Yeah.
They have a slightly different government in that area, so that might be worth understanding.
Oh, we'll learn on the go.
We're good. Then we'll buy camels.
I already looked
We'd
the
be all
part.
cool.
So.
Well, both of you guys do.
I've never prepped cost of living in a essentially Arabian Forgotten Realms setting. Wow.
It's
That
gonna
might
be
take me some research.
That's okay.
It's going to be expensive and stuff like that. I mean, we won't have enough to even think about it for a while. But
No.
it's something to keep in the back of our heads, you know, and even in Waterdeep if we want to do that, because I'm sure the Fighters Guild may have sublets in bigger cities.
Yeah. Well, I think we go and try to find this trail, or wherever these people went.
It'd just be cool, yeah. It'd just be cool to have a place that I can brew stuff and
Yeah.
stuff like
I
that.
agree,
Whether
I
it be
didn't think of-
potions or alcohol or something like that, because that's what my proficiency is in.
Yeah, I didn't think about that.
Okay, so the internet is telling me under at least 3.5 rules, which I'd be comfortable with using because it's similar enough in its costs. If you want a luxurious mansion, which is the most expensive, it's going to range from 50 to 100,000 gold pieces to buy. The mid-size would be 5 to 20,000, and then a lower class would be 1 to 5,000.
I think mid would do it just fine.
Oh yeah, because we could deck it out with all the dragon fun stuff that we end up getting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that would be
agree.
just the purchasing. So like when anything that you have, you can decorate with,
Yeah.
or,
Oh, yeah.
or you can use other gold to,
Well-
set up a brewing room or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a hill dwarf. Put me in the basement.
Well, let's go get more. Well, and again, like
It's just a fun aspect of it. I mean, then we wouldn't have to worry about, because if we get a house, then we can get guards, then we can not worry about our stuff. Hopefully, we can keep crap there. We don't have to worry about storing it with the Fighters Guild. We can,
yeah, I
just
agree.
do what we need to do, and then we have a home base that we can operate out of.
I like it.
Oh,
yeah.
you're printing it out. I'm like, what the heck is that?
There's
What music is this?
A construct appears in the corner of my room. Okay. Cost of housing. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. So I'm going to put this in my current session folder as a reminder that you guys wanted to do that.
Sweet.
Which is already growing considerably thick.
Oh,
I have ruined it. Thank you.
it's just good to have something like that. And it was just always a problem when you get into the mid levels, like the 12, 10 through like 14.
Yeah.
You have so much shit.
Yeah. You're carrying around all kinds of stuff, and you're like, why do I have this?
And usually by then you have enough gold to where you can definitely purchase a place.
So I have books that instruct me on how to enable you guys to build a fortress if you wanted to. Like, that is completely doable within 5th edition. It's a little detailed, so I probably not go into all the details, but it enables you to build like a kingdom if you want.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get sufficiently powerful enough and you find a place that you like, you could set up a small, like a steading to start with, and build a fortification, or just fortify your house or whatever, and you can slowly start building it up, like putting walls around it. And as you put more walls around it, it becomes bigger, and more people are maybe likely to come and live under your
And we'll have our very own
rule.
greenest.
What's that?
We'll have our very own little greenest, right?
Mm-hmm. Then we get into like political and governmental, I don't know what you call it, workings.
Yeah.
And you could theoretically start a small kingdom from almost nothing, and use it to like better everybody or whatever you want, I suppose. Like you could build armies and send them off to places like Thay and try to like kill the Thayans, because they're awful, terrible peoples. They're terrible. I mean, they hate everyone.
We can wage war.
You're like, we don't like slavery, we're going to kill the Thayans, because the Thayans operate off of slavery. That would be a really bad idea if you're a small kingdom, but because they're extremely powerful, but that's just an example.
Well,
Do you know? who
we
are?
go, we take a few slaves here, take a few slaves there, bring them to our kingdom, they
Free
live
them.
free.
Mm-hmm. And
We just go in there and be like, do you know who you were
Railroad?
speaking to? Do you know
Yeah.
who we are? We killed that dragon with 5 heads. You know who we are? Just surrender. It's like Austin Powers when his dad goes over there and he's like, do you know who I am? Why don't you just put down your weapon and lay down?
I mean, I like that idea too. That's cool. But that's further on.
That's
obviously.
really long term, but it is possible. So when you consider having gold, why do I want this gold? What's the gold for?
Yeah.
Like, do I just buy weapons until I have the best weapon, and then I just continue getting gold for no good reason? No, you can make a name for yourself and rule the known world.
I like that.
It all starts with just a little bit of gold.
But also, like you said, when you get a little bit higher level and you look at some of the high-end like magical items and you find something that you like, you're looking at some things can be 1,000 gold, 10,000, 100,000 gold just
Yeah.
for a sword or something, right?
But they're worth it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but they're worth it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go find these people.
Okay. I'll say that your travel through the outer city and through or / past Little Kalimshan is uninterrupted. Nobody stops you.
Look at your girlfriend.
You're careful to not look at people while you're in there. But you're
both
decked
look the
out
part.
as almost like Kalimshanians, or however you'd say it.
They both look the part. I'm over here just clanking around.
Yeah.
Short, clanky thing.
Yeah, honestly, you probably got more attention directed your way in Baldur's Gate than here in Little Kalimshan this time around, because you look more like them.
Yeah.
So they're less likely to try to do something to you, you know, some sort of foreigner who's easy to take advantage of. This is like, it's like the situation of you don't speed through a state you don't live in, because the state patrol is more likely to ticket you.
Yeah.
So, a little ways out of Little Kalimshan, you're not exactly sure what bend in the road you notice the trail of the cult, you know, sort of deviated from. So I'll need some survival checks, I think, for tracking.
I like when we do survival checks.
It's a wisdom one, right?
Wisdom based.
Mhm.
Thank God.
20.
Nice.
I can usually do survival checks.
That was a dirty 20?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. I used
Mine's a dirty 8.
My friend Eli will say unnatural 20 instead of dirty
Unnatural.
20. And he'll do it every time. Eli, it's a dirty 20.
It's unnatural, man. It's just
It's
unnatural.
unnatural, man.
It's just unnatural.
It's great. It's funny. All of you rolled high enough. Working together as a team, you were able to identify that slightly. Let's go with about an hour's walk on horseback from Little Kalimshan. You can see ruts from the carts of the cult that have sort of gotten a little bit like filled in and trodden on by traffic, and there's been, it looks like there might have been some rain at one point, which has kind of hurt your chances of being able to perfectly track them. But you can see where they got off and went east. And since there were so many of them, the ruts are cut kind of deep into the grass. It's like when you've seen alongside the highway that somebody like went off the road and there's tire tracks in the ditch. That sticks around for a long time. That's definitely what's going on here. They almost
We
made a
can
new
try.
trail with how many of them traveled through this area. It goes for quite a while. Do you want to just follow it? Do you have any particular way you want to follow it?
Yeah, we should follow it because of the fact that I mean, rain, weather, and some of the stuff. I mean, we want to make sure that we stay on the path because we want to make sure that we understand when it turns north or if it turns north.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, obviously, we probably can't go at a full run. We can't go at a full run to probably stick with it. But we could probably go at a solid trot
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and stick with it and still possibly gain on them
Okay.
because they're all on foot pretty much.
You see, after... Okay, so let me just sort of give you an overview of how it goes, because this is going to take a few hours for you to follow. Most of your day is going to be over by the time you actually reach the river Chianthar by this trail, because they actually went considerably far east, past Karn. Oh, I didn't label Karn on this one.
Karn was probably right about.
It was right about here.
I think is what you said. Yep.
So, hang on, I do need to mark this or I will forget where it is.
Because
Karn's
we
right
left fairly early in the morning, right?
Yep. So the cultist trail, I'll just draw it for you and give Austin a view. Okay.
Thank you.
So, that's not what I wanted. You find that the cultist trail skirts the edge of the wood of sharp teeth,
I don't blame them.
and that is where you would find them encountering the river Chianthar. Along this way, which takes several hours, not just several hours at a walk, several hours at a trot / a run sometimes, because you know you got a lot of land travel. You see a broken cart that you could stop and investigate if you want. There's also a dead body slumped up against it. Is that something you would stop to investigate or keep going?
I mean,
I think we investigate it.
I'd probably investigate it just because we'd want to see if if it's cultist or if it's a innocent
I
bystander.
feel like any kind of information we can get is good
Okay.
information.
Your party slows to a walk as you get close to this cart, and I'll have you do an investigation check for me. Anybody who would like to.
I will, but I mean, unless I roll stupid high.
12.
Hey, that's not bad. 14.
Hey! He can investigate today.
Yeah.
What do you think, Austin? Did you want to do it too?
17 minus 3.
I rolled a 15.
Nice. Okay. This cart looks very similar to the infrastructure that you saw when you were in Baragost. If you recall, the cult attacked Baragost in a ruse and went around the other side and stole all of their livestock and any sort of infrastructure they could use, like carts or wagons. This looks a lot like something you saw there. The dead body slumped against it is that of an orc. It looks just like your standard, like, ruffian or ne'er-do-well. Not dressed in any particular way. He's just slumped up against it. He's got basic leather armor on, and there's a short sword at his side. There's all kinds of footprints all around, and you can see that the wheel on the right side snapped, and the cart buried itself into the dirt. As you're looking at it, you can see that most of those footprints came around to the back and probably grabbed whatever was in that cart, and then took it somewhere else and disconnected the animal, and so it's just the cart and the dead body there.
And Levity says that the body was been there for
The cart's completely empty.
Cart's completely empty. Yeah.
Because Doothmer is very smart when it comes to being in a corner.
Sort of lost track of how many days have passed. I'm going to say the better part of a week. So the body is definitely smelling quite a lot. There's a lot of flies.
He's been dead.
He's been
a while.
nibbled on by some wild animals. Yeah. In a bad way.
Fifi doesn't like work.
Can we tell how he died?
There's an arrow in his chest.
Hey, free arrow.
There you go. It's interesting though. If I wonder if they were attacked by orcs. I'm assuming the cart was with the cultists. I mean, that would make sense if it's the same ones that we saw earlier.
It could have been attacked. It could have been. The orc could have possibly attacked them for some dumb reason, or it could have been like a group of 5 orcs and one of them died.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah.
Kind of what it looks like to me.
You could probably get more information if you did another check, probably perception for like the broader area. I don't know, there's a lot of bleed over between perception and investigation in my opinion.
We got a 10 on that one.
9.
Okay.
11.
We're on fire.
Off in the distance, there's a couple more like forms on the ground. As you get closer, you see more dead bodies, same sort of garb. They're not orcs though. There's a kobold, and there's a human, and then a couple other humanoids that just seem like they've been snacked on too much for you to be able to tell.
Oh, there was a little bit of a skirmish.
Dispute.
A little bit of a skirmish, possibly orcs or whatnot that came out of the wood of sure.
Are we getting close to the river?
Yeah. after passing that, you're confident that there's no activity going on here. Gives you kind of a time frame. We'll say like 4 or 5 days have gone by since that death happened, so you're sure that you're about that far behind them. So, do you want to double down and like make all haste to catch up to them?
Oh,
I think that'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, we
I
should
think
make
so,
sure that
yeah.
the river, we can cross that river. I mean, assuming that they crossed it, and we don't see any signs of. I mean, I can perception check just see if there's any signs of them having difficulty.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be nighttime by the time you get there, so it's going to be a little hard to see, but you can try in the dark if you want.
If it's getting dark, we should probably camp on this side of the river.
I think I had you cover like almost 80 miles there. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's like the days, as much as a horse could travel in a day. I don't actually know that number. I'm trying to be realistic. 100 miles is really far to go on a horse.
Yeah.
What'd you roll? Or did you not actually?
Well, I mean, I rolled. I rolled in that one on my perception to see.
Oh, okay.
So obviously it was dark. I didn't see anything.
You got distracted by the sound of a wolf in the distance.
Sweet.
Ooh, is it my wolf?
Could be.
I can talk to it. I have
Did we
that
name him? I
Jack.
forgot.
Wolfgar.
Wolfgar.
Ask him what he knows.
Oh man, it could have been Two Socks. That's a great name for.
That is.
Yeah, we should probably just. I think we should set up camp here.
It's a clear night. There's a moon out.
Sweet.
I think I have a little spider silk. I might try to fish
Set the. Set
kinda
the horse to.
with a stick and all.
Where'd you get some spider silk?
Oh, from the. We got some spider silk from that.
You put it
The
in
dungeon that we killed.
Did I put all of it in the bank?
Well, yeah.
The dungeon that we killed the gold dragon, that little
Unfortunately.
gold dragon wormling in.
Oh, nice.
That was
Just
our.
have to cut off
This is
more
a
of his hair.
brilliant idea. Never
This is
would
our
have thought of using it as a
second.
fishing line.
Our second.
Great idea.
It was our second little mini dungeon with the Fighters Guild.
Mm-hmm.
Because the first
Gotcha.
one we didn't get hardly anywhere in.
Yeah.
We didn't get too far at all. Because we did all the intro to the Fighters Guild and all this other fun stuff.
And then I abbreviated the dungeon right as
Yeah.
we were getting close to 10 o'clock. I'm like, you did it.
Well, then the second dungeon shit, we didn't get out of here until it was what 11?
Yeah.
Just after 11.
Yeah, that one went really long.
Nice.
Well, there's got to be another way.
To fish.
Oh, there's
I'm
always
gonna take
another
it.
way.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, let's take 5.
Yep.
Let's take 5. I could do the same. Oh,
You have
give me a
spear?
moment to think.
Got arrows.
Yep, you do have
Bow
arrows.
fishing.
You can bow
Just tie
fish.
some hemp and rope on there.
I have a little bit of rope.
I might need some chum from something.
Oh, Ohio State's taking it to Notre Dame right now. 21-7 at halftime.
I saw that coming.
Notre Dame looks like they scored first. It was 7-0 after the first quarter. And Ohio State scores 21 unanswered.
Maybe my owl can do some fishing.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually
that might
would probably
be a lot
work.
more
It
efficient.
Yeah, it'd probably be a lot more efficient. That's what they do. So brewing, yeah, I was just thinking about that. I was like, man, brewing. I was like, I want to start doing that, but
Yeah. I like his idea of us like building our own place too.
building our own is cool. I mean, and that could be something that we look at along the lines too. I mean, we can just always buy like a really cheap place somewhere inside the city for right now, just
Maybe.
until we get higher level.
Well, and if we make good contacts with people, saving people, whatever, we can always call on them to maybe come help.
I mean, heck, like what we did with Karn, we can always go out there and build our fortress there. Just
Yeah. So I think I'm gonna have my owl do the fishing.
Oh, that's a good idea. Oh! improvising this entire time tonight. But that was the plan. So I think you're right. Planning ahead of time has limited payoff for this group. Not because of this group, but because just how we play.
Yeah.
Especially something like this, like.
I think your idea of bullet notes is the best.
I've learned some new techniques for this sort of thing that's been useful. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna use this break to research something real quick because I don't know anything about it.
What should my owl roll for to fish?
Oh, probably survival. I would guess it's proficient in that because it's a hunting beast. Not good?
Nope.
What, is your owl having a bad day?
Hey, he must be. You got a nat 1.
Jeez.
Oh no.
Everyone's dice are just not doing much of anything right now.
He
Let me
may
change
have
that.
gotten minorly distracted by a moth and just chased it. It's like, I don't want to hunt for fish. Moths are what I eat. Okay, all right. This is not what I thought it was. Okay. I had to look up Fields of the Dead because I keep forgetting to get any context on that. Like, I've known full well you were going to pass through it for weeks now. Just for some reason it keeps slipping my mind what I'm going to do with it. I do have some stuff written down here.
Well, instead of leaving it up to my owl, I'm gonna go into my owl so it doesn't get distracted again. That's better. 22.
Oh, that's way better. You're able to come up with several fish.
Yay.
Enough to feed everybody.
Good.
Nice.
Good. We got some fish. What kind of fish are they?
I'm going to go with, they are kind of like a steelhead. That weird crossover between trout and salmon.
Mm-hmm.
River Chianthar is connected to the ocean, so it would make sense that there would be steelhead here.
Yeah.
Succulent meat. Doesn't need any seasoning, which is a good thing because you don't have any probably.
Nope.
I wouldn't
Unless,
think
did
you
I
would.
buy some in Little Cownchan? I think I didn't.
You considered it.
I considered it. I don't think I got any though.
Oh. See, I wrote a list of things that could happen in Baldur's Gate and I didn't use any of them.
Well, they can happen again.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay.
My owl caught us some fish.
Oh, nice. You couldn't go fishing, so your owl had to do it for you?
That's exactly it. Well, my
Makes
owl
sense.
couldn't do it by itself either. I had to overtake my owl.
Force it to catch some fish.
Yeah, he rolled a nat 1 and got distracted.
Dude, we really need to get these out of our system before we encounter anything.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's been rough out here.
Yeah.
It has not been a good show. All of us have been rolling. Yeah, not good.
What kind of fish did you get?
They're steelheads.
Oh, okay.
Cross between a trout and a salmon.
You gonna smoke them?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, if you got
I think so. It's enough to feed all of us.
It'd be
So.
crazy not to.
right.
Perfect.
Nice.
All right. Just because, why don't we have somebody take on the lead role of being like forager / camp setter upper / like just making sure that the area is safe for camping overnight, which would be a general survival skill.
I'll be the scout and not scavenger, but scout and forager.
Forager? Okay. That makes
I'd
sense.
say I can
That'd be
like
mostly perception based. Maybe a little
survival.
survival.
survival. I mean, I'm good with survival because my wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to make sure the horses are tied up and.
I don't know if you want me to
Eating.
do that. Well, I mean, unless survival can be used in that.
Austin,
I don't know. Last time you
Animal
tie a
handling.
knot, it was a pretty damn good knot.
That's
so.
true. That is true.
The master of tying knots over there.
I mean, animal handling it would be the thing I think probably for that. So maybe,
you.
yeah, Shmir, since he has the proficiency in animal handling.
I really think
Yeah.
that's correct. I agree.
Because I have +4 on animal handling.
I got +5 on animal handling and +5 on survival. So
Yeah, so either
can-
one of
I can do
either
either.
one of us can take care of that. I guess.
So-
Okay.
Maybe you can set up.
I can set up camp.
So I've got bad news to break to you. You don't have tents. You don't have sleeping bags. You
We
don't.
have sleeping
I don't
bags?
know if you've got tinder boxes. Well, you might have bed
I
rolls.
have a tinder box.
You
because
might
I-
have bed rolls. I don't think you have any tents though.
I
could
have.
be
I have a
wrong.
bedroll.
Yeah. I think I have a bedroll
adventurer's
too.
pack.
Because the first
I
night,
believe it has.
I think that was one of the first nights that we even played. I slept outside
Mm-hmm.
because I like
Yeah.
sleeping under the stars.
Oh yeah, you did.
So I think I still have a bedroll.
I'm pretty sure.
I think you got a bedroll. Okay. Yeah.
that the
And I know I have a
pack
tinderbox
has
because I
it.
needed to buy a tinderbox in order to do my spell to summon
Okay.
to summon my
good.
familiar.
I was testing you. Just checking to see if you remembered this stuff.
Yes.
Actually, now that I think about it, he might have a tent that's large enough for everybody because I remember him mentioning a tent a while ago.
Well, I remember we had a tent with when our dragon hatched.
Until that hailstorm that none of us remembered happened.
Right.
The minor tornado.
I like to occasionally bring in really catastrophic weather, and it's really fun to run. I had a massive hailstorm hit Chult, and my players had to take refuge underneath some stone ruins of
Or
an
take
old
bludgeoning.
civilization. Yeah, and their triceratops that they tamed was just out there getting a free back massage
Oh
from
my
the
god.
from the hailstones hitting it.
Triceratops, that's sweet.
I was inspired on that one because of the hailstorm that hit here in 2021, and I looked out the window and the cattle just didn't care.
They were just chilling.
It was like they were getting a deep tissue massage from the hailstones.
Nice.
They were grazing the whole time.
Yeah.
And I just thought that's exactly what would happen in Chult with a dinosaur. Like hail, whatever.
Yeah, I don't need a bed. I don't need a tent anyways. I like the stars. So bedroll's totally fine with me, and as long as it doesn't rain, I guess. You know.
Oh no, the Explorer's Pack does not have a tent in there. It has a bedroll. It also has a tinderbox, 10 torches.
Well, you could also fix the tent problem by
That's how I get
spending
the
some
rope.
time tanning a hide on an animal
Oh.
that you killed.
Haha!
What?
We had that monstrous ass bear pelt. We left it at the thingy. But we could.
We did? I don't see it on here. I don't think it's in the bank. I think it's on your horse.
Oh, we got a bear pelt. I thought I could have swore I put that in the bank. But the heck, that works for me.
I do remember grabbing that. Yeah.
Yep. So we got that monstrous bear pelt.
We trying to build a tent here?
Now we can build a tent.
Nice little lean-to or something.
Yep. I'm trying to remember something.
I got all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, because I have the Explorer's Pack. Shit, I got goat horns and embalming kits. I still have the cultist map. Got oil flasks, 3 healing pots, freaking rider's pack, healer's kit. 25 feet left of my rope.
That's right. The other half got cut off.
Bear pelt.
We can check out that box now.
Yeah, well, we could break that box
Yeah, let's do that actually.
at night. Do you want to? Yeah. We're around the fire. We're gonna start a fire and everything like that. We got cooked
Yep.
the deal.
Attack roll with your hammer. Unless you want to do it a different way.
20.
Okay.
Dirty.
No, that's enough.
Unnatural.
It would have been more if you tried to do it with your fists. Would have been more painful too. Okay.
You broke a finger. That's when I'd roll the 1. Break my finger.
A sound, somewhat quiet sound of rushing wind, and a little bit of light. I'm going to go with green light comes out in this kind of almost like a miniature dust devil, and it reaches up 5 or 10 feet up into the air, and then as it dissipates, this object comes out of the wind, and it is a
About to say, hold your breath.
it's a frog-shaped device on the front of it with 2 hands that seem to be rotating at different speeds and are different lengths around a 12-pointed circle.
What the?
Sounds like a clock. We got a clock. Got a frog clock.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
what I was describing. It's a
Yeah.
but the thing is, it's not following like the correct rates that a analog clock would, which leads you to believe there's something more to this.
Okay.
It's not just a clock, because it's clearly really bad at telling time.
Thank God that it wasn't a... I was like, man, please don't be a genie.
No, but your genie gave me the idea that it should come out magically.
I've messed with that in D&D, and they're fun.
I
Yeah,
only
they're-
brought a
they're
djinn
not
in
fun.
once, but it was for a very short amount of time. The players knew exactly what they were doing,
Should we like investigate?
which is good because she was deadly.
Djinns are not... I mean, djinns can be your best friend, or they're like a chaotic evil freaking dragon. They can be your best friend, or they can be your worst enemy.
Yeah,
They're not fun.
that would have been fun to make it a djinn, but it doesn't make sense for where it came from. Neither does a clock, for that matter, but I decided to make it a frog so that it makes sense. No, it's just a cool item that I would like you to investigate if you want.
Heck yeah.
What happens if we move the hands? Or like, are they accessible? Can we
They
physically
are.
move the hand?
I got
Yeah.
23.
Oh, thank God you rolled good. I got a
Do you want to
5
do
minus 3 is 2.
investigation or arcana?
Arcana.
Oh, still 2.
Still 23.
You got so excited.
Both intelligence based, both no.
Okay,
Unless it's made out of stone.
the contents of the cube is a small functioning clock. The hands spin forward at a fast rate. This charm can be used to cast a spell requiring 1 action as a bonus action instead. It has 3 charges. So ignore the inconsistency of you having to touch the thing in the middle of combat. All it is it's a charm that you can use 3 times before it's expended and it's no longer useful anymore.
So
To
you
cast a spell in combat for a bonus action instead of an action.
Oh, okay.
does it recharge after?
No,
It's
just
the
3 total.
time.
That's it.
Here,
Oh,
you
we
should
just
probably
keep-
hold that then, man. You got better spells.
That would be a good person to give it to. So this is a charm that operates similarly to the quicken spell thing that we were talking about with sorcerers in meta magic. Except that this is just a charm that you can use 3 times, then it disappears.
Nice. Hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna.
The fun thing is, I'll hold on to it for right now. I'm not going to use it anytime soon unless it's in dire need. But that might be a fun thing. That might be a fun thing for the ranger.
Can you imagine how overpowered that could be in certain circumstances?
Yeah.
Like you cast a spell, and then, or you do some sort of complicated action, and you're like, but I also need to cast Power Word Kill or whatever,
Right.
which you don't have, and
Yeah.
you can do it as a bonus action. I mean, that's something that you shouldn't normally be able to do, but the charm
Is there
allows you to do
is
it.
there a resurrection spell at all?
Yes.
Revivify.
Revivify? I mean,
I actually
And,
have that. I get that it's a level 3 spell if I want it.
So
Could be
that's
super handy. He could
yeah.
attack,
Revivify.
or he could disengage from melee, run over to somebody with his movement speed, and then use that object
to
to, as a bonus action, revive somebody.
Yeah, I think you should hold on to it for now.
That's a really good application. I hadn't
Is that
considered that.
level 3 or is that it's level 3 spell? Isn't it? Did I not?
Well, I'm gonna take first
Go ahead.
watch.
Okay. That sounds good.
I'm sleeping.
I usually ask for a perception check for watches. Is Doothbar sleeping the whole night again?
Probably.
Probably.
I think he should. We'll let him get his rest.
Yeah,
He needs his beauty sleep.
14.
Yep.
Yeah, Revivify. Level 3 spell, yep.
I want to roll something tonight. I haven't rolled yet. That one. Nothing happens.
Nice.
Nothing happens.
Though your wolf friend comes by for a visit,
Oh,
he stays outside of the campfire light, but you can see his eyes shining in the light as he walks around, not in a menacing way at all, very like a friendly way, almost looking like he would like some food, if you have any.
sure thing. I'm gonna have my owl get some more food. Nat 20.
Just suddenly 3 fish.
Just fall out of the sky. You're like, no, thank you.
Yeah, your owl is getting better at fishing, apparently.
Yep. Yeah, definitely feeding him.
Yeah, Revivify.
I'm gonna try talking to him. How's it going, man? How you doing?
Oh yeah, that's right. You
Because
can
I
talk
can,
to
I
him.
can talk to him. Yeah, I got that.
Return.
What that-
creature.
The mummified
Petrified
petrified goblin hand. Yeah, that's right.
Goblin.
But I remember he couldn't talk back. What did I do?
Well, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I got some food for you. You know, hang around, chill out, have some fun. I'm gonna tell Austin to make sure that he's friendly.
Don't shoot him.
Don't shoot him.
Don't bite him either.
No, you can bite Smeargov.
The wolf,
Can
I guess, sort of without talking. I guess you could maybe.
You change those up.
What did I do last time? You don't have comprehend languages, do you?
I do, if I want.
I don't think so.
And you don't have a high animal handling skill either?
My
Or-
animal handling would be +2.
Okay. Why don't you roll an animal handling and see if you can understand his body language?
16.
Okay. He seems like not necessarily submissive like your alpha, but he is willing to.
Like an equal.
Yeah, he sees you as equal, and there's the potential for better than that. As he respects you.
I'm gonna see if he'll eat out of my hand, or like eat the fish out of my.
Arr, oh, my finger!
He's nervous about entering the light,
Toothbur.
but if you move
Yeah,
move
okay.
away from the light, he's willing to come up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go move away from the fire a little bit and just sit down. See if he comes up and eats out of my hand.
He comes up and he grabs the fish carefully and then sets it down on the ground and eats it. After which he lays down and looks at you and doesn't really do anything other than he just sort of looks at you almost like a dog would that's just laying down, resting, completely relaxed. He's completely alone. There's no other wolves around, just him.
Yeah, I'm gonna pet him a little bit.
At first, he's a little surprised by that, but then he quickly relents and lets you pet him.
Sweet.
Maybe pants a little bit like a dog would. Growing more comfortable with you.
I'm gonna. Yeah. Is it Austin's turn to come out?
If you'd like to.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
could go
I'll-
on during your shift.
Yeah.
I mean, really, I come out whenever you wake me up.
Throw a rock at him. Come check this out.
Smirgoff, you wake to the sight. You'd be able to see this with your dark vision. The sight of Terran over there petting a wolf, and it's like a really big dog. Wolves are bigger than dogs, so
What color is this wolf?
I'm imagining it as gray with white feet.
Sweet.
Okay. Well, I wake up initially a little confused about the interaction with the wolf, but can clearly see that there's some sort of connection there. Wolf doesn't look malicious at all, so
Meal.
I
Grab
kind of just
Grab a fish. Grab a fish. Try to come feed it.
treat him as if he's not even there. Grab a fish as I walk by and start talking about what happened throughout the night, while I gently try to feed this wolf a fish.
Ah, shoot! I've been screwing that up the whole time.
He's more apprehensive around you, but he's not violent or aggressive at all. He just doesn't have the same level of trust that he does with Terran, which makes sense. Terran has this ability through an object that when the moon is out, he can talk to wolves. It's a very specific item that I did not actually make up. It just happened to be in a table. that worked out really interestingly. Because you already had met the wolf by the time we found that object.
Yep.
That's the cool thing about random tables. I didn't expect that. But yeah, he.
I tell the wolf too, like, you can trust it. You can trust it.
He relaxes a little bit more, lays down, and allows Smirgoff to be closer and to feed him.
Sweet. Well, I'm gonna go rack out then.
Sounds good. I'll sit here and keep the wolf company.
He'd be a good early alarm system.
Yeah, he would. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me, Smirgoff.
Oh, let me-
Let's go with
I have
a
spells.
16.
16.
I did realize
Okay.
that my tempest spells are always prepared.
Your spells are always prepared.
My tempest spells are always prepared.
Mm.
So, my tempest spells are always prepared.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
I did not know that. So I just looked it up. They're like, oh boy, they're always prepared, but not as your normal preparation. So they're
One
always-
moment, Austin, while I decide what to do here.
So I prepare the spells that I
Okay.
want. So I prepare the spells that I want on my daily, based on my spell slots, and then my tempest spells are always prepared.
Nice.
So I have even more spells at my disposal now than before. So any spells that I always had prepared, or like I would prepare like Shatter and stuff like that as one of my spell slots. Well, I don't have
You don't
to, 'cause
have
it's
to.
always prepared. So now I get to prepare something different.
Nice.
And it's spot. So now my level 3 spells, I have the 2 that I have prepared plus my 2 tempest spells.
Hell
so I
yeah.
have 4 spells.
Smirgoff, you can see off in the distance, a long ways off, definitely across the river, on some sort of elevated area. We're talking like potentially miles off here. You can see a dim light begin to grow slightly brighter, and then it almost gets dispersed in multiple directions, and as you focus your eyes, you recognize that there are multiple points of light that were all congregated together and now have split off. And they seem to be moving almost aimlessly. And then eventually, after a couple hours go by, the rest of your shift watching, they eventually all go back to where they came from, and the lights go out, and that's about an hour before dawn, so it's still dark, and all the lights have disappeared, and then once the sun comes up, obviously they are gone. And as the light creeps up over the horizon, you can tell that was a hill over there, and that there is some unknown rock formation over there as well.
Okay. So some sort of nighttime hunting, gathering, searching party, sounds like.
I am sleeping.
What color were these lights?
They were all amber colored lights.
Okay, so like could possibly be like a torch.
Torches.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
Is that in the direction that we're headed?
Roughly that direction, yeah. Since you're not across the river, it's a little hard to tell where the trail goes, but you
That's
know it
true.
goes across the river. So it's morning now, and you are able to do another survival check to try to find where they forded the river, because it's pretty obvious they crossed it somewhere.
Oof. That was not a good one. 7.
7.
That's a cool spell.
Did you want to do a survival check, Chris?
Yeah, I can do a survival check. Sorry, I'm just
Oh, no, that's
rocking
fine.
out my.
It's cool. I don't ever get to experience like the in-person character building
13
outside of
plus-
this game. I've done way more online D&D than in person. It's
13
kind of neat
plus
to see
4,
somebody like
17.
that interested in their character that they're reading through the player's handbook. So
What check did you say?
survival,
17.
nice. How about Smeargolf?
16.
All right, very good.
Nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not really contributing that much, Taryn.
Yeah.
You just woke up on the wrong side of the bedroll this morning.
That's fair. That's fair.
Without much searching, you can see that there is a portion of the river that is fordable. There's a lot of tracks where the wagons kind of sunk deep into this medium-sized gravel. It's almost like pea gravel, or round like pea gravel, I guess. There was clearly a lot of effort put into trying to get these carts to cross the river. It was maybe not the best choice of place to ford for the cult, but they definitely got across it. There's like a sandbar in the middle that is more gravel. You can see that they went down into the water, and it's probably about waist high. So the carts were probably mostly submerged, and then they managed to get up out of there onto the sandbar, kind of turned a little bit, went a little bit further upriver, and then crossed at another narrow point. And it's there as you're looking, you can see like the occasional piece of loot that fell out into the water. Like there's a golden goblet just in the river that got dropped.
Grab that.
Unknown value.
Heck yeah.
Unknown value. It's gold. So you're stealing that goblet.
You don't know what town it belongs to.
Okay, you dropped it.
Yeah, I'll go for a little swim. Grab that thing.
You guys want to take like 15-20 minutes and just go on a little treasure hunt? See what else they left? See if we can find any other goodies?
I can just write down a good old list if we want to spend some time in picking up their gold.
Yeah.
Anything that's worth searching for.
Do we need any checks for this?
I mean, I'm
Investigation.
not going to be the best at it because I mean, A, I'm in chainmail. B, I'm probably going to stay on my horse.
22.
Okay.
But I'll investigate from my horse, going, "Hey, there's some over here."
You roll a 22 on investigation?
-2.
That's hilarious. You ain't.
Yeah, you literally find nothing.
I have seen
I got a 17.
that one is
Nice.
really
Okay.
murky.
So I got
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I got 2 good high rolls here.
Gold
Dude, I'm swimming like a fish for this stuff.
Gold chalice. So when he says it's like waist high, it means it's to my shoulders.
Literally,
That's a good point.
Oh my god, I can't believe I was screwing up my spell slots like that. Oh my goodness.
Smirgoff, you find a silver spoon. It doesn't, you know, it was kind of small. It was a little hard to find, but it's something. You
find
see
Real Boy
the
Blue?
glint, Taryn, of a little bit of gold in the gravel. It's kind of a little covered in the riverbed. And as you come up and you uncover it, it's a round object. And it's small. And as you pick it up out of the water and all the mud washes out of your hand, you find a ring. A gold ring.
Oh Jesus, way to go, Frodo.
Smeagol.
I thought it was
Eagle.
gonna be Little Boy Blue.
Oh, is that my precious or what it is?
Well, it's
it?
definitely not your precious, unless you want it to be, but it's not. It's not that.
It's not
Put it on and
magical?
see if you disappear.
It comes up out of the water just like that, just like the one ring, but it's not the one ring because it's just a ring.
It's not Smirgoff's birthday, is it?
Smirgoff, is it your birthday?
It's my birthday. And I want it.
No.
It's my birthday.
The ring was no.
Throw it in the fire, see what happens.
Well,
to us.
I wanna put it on.
Okay, you put on a normal mundane ring.
Oh fuck!
He puts it on, he doesn't disappear.
I'm just gonna wear it. I like a little bling. That's fine.
You're kind of excited because you think there might be some latent power behind this ring. And everybody else knows except for you that it's completely mundane. There's nothing special about it other than it is a gold band.
He's gonna be telling the story. I got this ring this one time. Like yes,
This ring's gonna save my life.
This ring was so awesome.
It becomes your lucky charm. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere without this ring.
Heck yeah.
It means that I will find success
Mm-hmm.
in what I'm doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it.
It becomes
Although
like a ritual item. You're like, even in the cult or whatever, you're like, I don't let go of the ring. I always wear it.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah, I
my
take
camera
nothing off.
might be the fuzzy one, you know, my camera's the one that doesn't pause. So what's funny is,
Oh.
you know,
It's all good.
Austin's probably over there saying, "Oh, it's paused," so he's probably drawing on his screen. Has this nice little,
Wouldn't put it past
Hang
it.
on a moment. I'll fix this.
has this nice little freaking curly mustache going on for all kinds of fun stuff. Take a picture of your screen there.
Wouldn't put it past it.
I would never do anything like that.
That he can see. He's over here, honey, come here, check this shit out. His deal paused again.
Fix
That's
it.
right, you block. That's right.
All right. Well, we get everything that we could out of this little riverbed.
Cool.
I think you did, yeah.
So now, I mean, how's the trail on the other side of the river? Is it about the same?
Well, it's a lot muddier. The ground
start.
over there is not as solid, but you can see that they started to head a little bit further east, which I just marked on there. So you would be heading that direction
Think
now.
they're gonna go to El Toro?
The lights that Smirgoff saw. If I switch the camera for him, would you mind zooming in a little bit, Chris? Kind of on this section right here. Make it a little bigger.
Way up here by Dead?
Yeah, kind of near the dead. Yeah, there we go. So I would say that the lights he saw were over here.
I want to go check that out.
It's a significant distance off of the trail that you're following. Is that okay?
We'll reach it.
Yes, you wouldn't be able to see through its eyes. You'd have to give it instructions and then hear back from it.
Or should we just go check it out?
We can go. I mean, we can go and check it out. I mean, we're 4 days behind. So I mean, for us to be able to catch up, we need to like either bust our ass or, you know, why are they going this way? Are they going this way to El Turo, or are they going this way to get to the tradeway?
It's a great question.
You'd think that they'd want to continue to go north to get onto the main road, or continue to come up this way to go to the main road, but they didn't. They went east.
So how long would it take us to get up to this rocks and light if we were to?
It's several miles, so it would take you maybe an hour. It was quite a ways off from Smirgov's perspective. It was also uphill, which is the only reason why he saw it, because you were in a river valley. So
if this was a day, that's probably going to be 4 or 5 hours, I would assume. By the time we get
I'm
over
having a
there.
hard time with the scale. It's definitely
That's what I'm
a
just
long
saying.
ways off.
Like morning, we get through there. We stopped and spelunked for some gold. So maybe June.
I'm good to skip the lights and continue following the path.
Okay.
We got to get caught up to these cultists.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are on. We're on a mission from God. We're on a mission from good old
Unthar.
Unthar to investigate. So yeah.
Do you
It's
want to
on
make all haste to follow them again?
So I think we will go as quick as we can without losing the trail.
Okay, sounds good. Well, that would be a swift trot to a light gallop, I would say. You could do, which the horses could sustain for hours. They're built for that.
Yep.
You bought quality horses, so they could get you this whole length as the path slowly makes its way up to the tradeway.
Assuming that's a hill, based on a topographic map.
Yes, they skirt around the outside of it. So,
They did get to the tradeway.
yes. So now I want to reveal.
Oh,
Can I tell you about the Rishadium in the Way of Kings?
No, I don't think I know what that is.
The Rishadium are like war horses that are only for like kings and stuff. And they're like super intelligent, twice the size of normal horses.
Oh
and
wow!
they only like their owners are the only ones that they will allow to ride. They're super reliable, super loyal, crazy cool horses.
That's neat.
Subar, the city, town.
Yeah. So Subar is a small steading that. Are you guys familiar with the word steading?
Like a little village town.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
The internet would say it's like a farming town
Yeah.
or a village.
Did we witness any like smoke or anything like that as we made the approach?
No. But as you get close, you can see it has been sacked.
Okay.
Absolutely, it has. No fire. They didn't seem to light this one on fire. It's just a couple farmhouses, really, and there are people in the little steading going about their business.
So there were survivors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could pass through if you want, or you could try to ask them for information. Or
Yeah, we should get information. We should find out about how long ago it happened, what direction they went, if they need any assistance. And if so, possibly try to help them, I guess. Possibly.
a male farmer is
I mean, I'm not going to plow his field, but
standing on his sort of like porch right next to the door, looking at you as you wander, as you're wandering into town, and he steps out and says, "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?"
quite the opposite.
Then he kind of like brings forth his pitchfork.
We come in peace.
Quite the opposite. you need any help.
We could have a few days ago. Almost everything of value has been taken. We let it go. No lives were lost.
They were not hostile to you?
Well, they were hostile, but they did not kill anyone.
That's good.
There were a few minor injuries. We've been able to treat them. I presume you are aware of the Horde.
We are tracking them.
What can
The horde of cultists, you mean, correct?
Yes.
what can you tell us about this horde?
The more villainous bunch I have never seen.
Could you tell
Did you guess about how many people there were?
Several hundred.
Maybe more.
was there like a hierarchy that you could tell, or was it just chaos?
There were.
Did you pick
There
her
was
up?
at least one individual that stood out from the others. He was blue and
He was blue.
he had a dragon head.
Cyanide.
Sounds like Sign Wrath.
He was a lot bigger and
Everybody's
taller
good
than the
buddy.
rest of them. There were a lot of very small, evil-looking lizard kind of people.
Yeah.
The kind of things that my mother told me when I was a child, like eat your broccoli or the lizard people will get you.
Well, Cyanrath likes this guy. I point out.
Oh, do tell.
It's not something we can talk about here.
I can tell this is some sort of inside joke. So, but to the people of Subar, this was anything but funny.
Yeah.
They came through here about 3 days ago.
3 days.
Yes, they had quite the convoy, I suppose you would call it.
Check this out.
We're gaining on them.
Check this though. If we help them, even give them a little bit of treasure, funds, if we decide to build a setting around somewhere around here, they're farmers, so we could even have like gain the respect of a town like this and get
I mean, you're on the
if we're thinking ahead.
you're on the tradeway, so I mean it's that's something to look out for. But I mean, yeah, being that they're on the tradeway and everything like that, it's a very busy road. So, yeah, I think that's why I was like, we should definitely help them. I mean, just the cleric and me and stuff says to give these people. Luckily, there was no loss of life.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
there
there was no.
is there
you know,
injuries that we can help with? We have a cleric with us.
Oh, that would be appreciated.
I can
Yes,
do that.
my son was hit quite hard, and there are a few broken ribs. He will be okay, but he's in a lot of pain. My name is Othniel. It's a pleasure to meet you folks. Sorry it couldn't have
The
been under
brown
better
sugar-
circumstances.
brown sugar and peach.
Is that SEOB Sobar?
Peaches and cream.
Yep. And then this guy's name is Othiel. Or sorry, Othniel. Othniel.
Like oatmeal, but not.
Yeah, you can call him Oatmeal if you want. His friends called him that when he was younger.
Othniel, do you are you almost the leader of this town?
I wouldn't say leader so much,
Almost.
but I'm.
That's what I
You
said.
know, this is a small place. They trust me.
How many seriously wounded? Would you say?
Just two. Just two. My son and my neighbor just a little bit up the way. You see his house there? He is also injured. He was going to put up a fight until we convinced him it was not worth it. I mean, they outnumbered us vastly. We have no ability to fight. What sense was there in putting up any resistance? We're just glad they didn't take everything.
I see that they did not destroy your town.
Yes.
Is there anything else that we can do to help?
They took our livestock. I don't know if you can help with that, but
We
How
have
many minor? Is there minor people that have minor damage as well, or minor wounds? Like altogether, how many people would you say are injured?
well, there's like half a dozen people here, and 2 of them are hurt, and the rest of them are fine. So it's pretty small.
Okay.
This is. It's funny. I put a huge name on it. It's tiny, dinky little place. Like that's.
Right.
Subar is almost not even worth mentioning. It is so small.
Well, it just the only reason I'm asking is
Mhm.
because I have a certain amount of spell slots, so I didn't
Gotcha.
know which spell slots I wanted to use or which spells I wanted to use.
Yeah. He, Othniel would say that his son is the worst for the wear, compared between the 2 of them.
Well, I have a healing potion.
Oh, I wasn't gonna do that. I'd just use my spell slots. I'm not too worried about those. We're 3 days behind,
Yeah.
so I mean we're not gonna catch them today. And if we hit any kind of random encounter or whatnot, I would hope that I wouldn't need them and stuff.
Yeah, for the most part, they lost a couple like pack animals that are capable of pulling a cart and 2 carts, and so there it doesn't really mean that they won't be able to continue farming. This is definitely a farming area, but
How much do pack animals cost?
I could get a replacement mule for maybe a dozen gold or so. It's a lot of that cuts into a lot of the money I'd set aside for food.
I have 10 gold pieces on me. All the rest of the gold I stowed of my personal gold.
Well, that's probably a wise decision, especially if you're following a cult that likes
Yeah.
to rob people of treasure.
Yeah, I only.
Well, I'm gonna give you my 10 gold that I have on me.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, help you with this town a little bit.
Oh,
Well, thank
I
you.
just ask that
I'll
you do
cure-
not forget
Yeah, yes,
in
of
case
course.
we
I'll
come to need
cure
your help
wounds on his son.
in the future.
One moment while I look something up really quickly.
Bam!
I had 52 gold stowed.
So I had more than the 10 gold on me and stuff, so I mean, we're good. Give me gold chalice. Here, sell this for a mule.
Trying to remember the
See
name
that.
of a particular deity.
Hey,
Chantia, that was the one.
Starting to-
The blessings of Chantia be upon you. Thank you.
Another.
That
Shantia.
that would make you would have.
Or I'll also give him 10 gold. I've got plenty on me right now.
What?
We
You
can
are too.
we can help
kind.
him rebuild a little bit.
Yeah.
This would be enough to make a serious impact in getting us back to where we should be. Thank you.
Yes.
16 on religion check.
It's the same deity that had a temple in Greenus.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yep, Temple of Chantia.
Okay.
That's where all the people were holed up when the attack was happening.
There was a
Okay.
not a cleric, but she was
Priestess.
priestess.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, these folks also worship Chantia. I mean, they're agricultural, and she's an agricultural deity, so she brings them.
Just so I was aware.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those gods that's maybe lesser known to city folk, but around these parts, this is the name that's mentioned mostly in prayers.
Yes, we may come to need your help in the future.
Well, anything. What kind of help would you require?
Well, we're thinking about long term, maybe having our own homestead somewhere,
Oh,
and maybe trade of goods, or we may need help with the beginnings of it.
No, I
wow!
At some
I've
point.
I've never met anybody who wanted to do that.
Thinking long term.
Well, I know nobody around here would be opposed to that. This more land than we can handle.
Yes, and you know we can also provide protection, assuming we build close.
Well, that sounds most excellent. I presume we will be seeing you again.
Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad spot next to the
It's
tradeway.
centralized. It's centralized. It's being on the tradeway. It's actually smart. It's a smart move.
It's not so far from rivers either, which makes transportation of things easier. So you can cart things up or down, either down to River Chianthar or up to Winding Water. Either of those.
You have the road to Boulders. You have the
Yep.
road up to Waterdeep.
What
and
can you
back
tell us
down.
about this forest? Have any of you?
We do not enter the forest.
No.
But mainly we don't have enough time to be able to keep up with our crops and do so.
What is the name of this forest next to you?
I have heard it mentioned as the Forest of
Is
Worms.
there a reason for this?
Is it good for finding nightcrawlers?
What do we need to
Okay,
clear?
well,
I'm not sure what a nightcrawler is, but it is rumored that there are large beasts.
We have killed one
In the
before,
trees.
so we could clear it out at some point if we needed to. But I was just curious if they cause problems.
We'll just clear this whole thing out. Chicken wing.
I don't know. You may be able to find more information somewhere else, though.
Nice.
Cool. So we gave him gold. I healed the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a hit point roll on it? Doesn't matter. No. The other person I tend to wounds, and I will use I'll use one of my healer's kits to stabilize and to make him, since he's not in as much pain.
They're considerably grateful. They at least ask if they could give you a meal before you leave, as some form of thank you.
Definitely, we've been riding for 3
Yeah,
hours.
Well, this would be a day pretty much, right? So yeah, tell them feed our horses, give us a meal and bedding, and we'll
wait, what time is it right now?
probably getting close to dusk.
Yeah, late afternoon. Othniel has been up north before. He hasn't made it all the way to the City of Splendors, Waterdeep, but he has gotten a considerable way up the tradeway. Back when he was a boy, his father took him up there. They had business at Daggerford, so he knows the way a little bit, and if you have questions, he might be able to help fill you in on some of that stuff. But again, he was a boy, so it was a long time ago, and his memory isn't as good as it could be.
Gotcha.
They make for you a simple meal, one made of essentially a whole wheat bread, and then there is this jam that they've made out of a berry that they grow.
Nice.
It's kind of unique to this area. It takes a specific climate. It's comparable to, I would say it's like that lingonberry jam that you get from Scandinavia. A little bit of a unique taste to it. And as they feed you, and that's literally all they have to offer. They ask you about your travels, and they're curious, like who you people are. You know, why were you just willing to hand over 20 gold to them? Like what drove you to do such a kind thing?
Talk like this is not done without wet mouths. So I open my barrel of ale and we start drinking. Because I still have my small barrel of ale. I did not stow that.
I wonder how long that's gonna last.
Probably not very long, because I think we said that the barrel was only, probably one of those little
It's probably like 3
5
gallons.
gallon thing,
5 gallons,
3 gallon thing, or maybe even a gallon,
This is fantasy. Might as well be 5 gallons.
right? It's weighing me down.
Are you sharing it with them?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll share it around.
Cheers them
pop
up.
that thing open. We'll cheers them up. We'll give it to everybody. Let's all have have a drink since they gave the nice.
Well, they tell stories around the table of the things that they believe are out there in the vast unexplored wilderness of beasts that are tall with shaggy coats of coarse hair with eyes that glow in the darkness that stalk people who are unaware, and they stalk them in the night.
Bugbears.
They talk about large winged creatures that fly across the sky, not to be confused with dragons, but ones that sail up at very high altitudes, and
Oh, that's just.
they have with long beaks and that make a terrifying squawking sound. Where they see the shadow pass along the ground at high speed, knowing that this creature is capable of a very long distance travel quickly.
Do these creatures leave you alone, or?
We've never seen them. These are just things we've heard about. You must be careful. And then, lastly, they tell a bit of a ghost story almost. Not a ghost story, a scary story. I mean, of a man who ruled a particular castle in an unknown part of the world. They don't know what it's called. And this man wore a long cape with a tall collar, and he
Dracula.
would, he would, he had, not control over bats or anything like that, but he would have these creatures that would go out and do his bidding, and that he was known to do strange things at night, and it was believed that maybe he would drink people's blood or something like that. They've heard of vampires, but they don't know what a vampire really is. This is all hearsay.
That's good. I don't want to fight a vampire. Those guys are nasty.
Yeah. This is the sort of thing that they believe is out there, and they have some of the details wrong, but they are also kind of correct.
Well, I'll tell you what, every time we come back here, man, we'll tell you what we find out there.
Sounds like the bird
Maybe
they're talking about did it look their description similar to the wyvern that we killed?
No, it's much more bird-like.
Much more bird-like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a massive bird that flies very high up.
Well, those furry things sound like werewolves or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was the first thing I thought of when he was describing it. I was like, bugbear. Yeah.
That's funny, I wasn't thinking of either of those, werewolf or bugbear.
That's the first thing I thought of, with the glowing eyes and everything. I'm like, oh, it's a bugbear. Bugbears are fun.
These are the sorts of things that they hear from travelers that come through, and they believe it to be true, and they sort of pass on any sort of knowledge or rumors that they've heard orally to the next generation, because they don't really know how to read and write, and they don't have anything to write with. So
Hey, sounds like me.
Smirgoff has a funny story about an Etten, if you've ever heard of that.
what is an etten?
What was its name?
I have a funny story about an Ed.
Yeah.
It was Urgle and Durgle.
Urgle.
Oh. Yes.
Instant.
Silly little Ed.
Yeah.
Nothing little about that guy.
No,
Or those guys.
it's not very smart either.
Not the brightest fellows I've ever met.
Very strong though, and who knew that orc guts are so slippery?
Right?
Also was skating on.
They got everywhere.
That was completely ridiculous. But great.
Yeah. Really thought that one was gonna go better.
We could tell them about the our fun encounter in Karn with the Frogalith.
The Frogmoth.
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 Yeah,
that
I
was
decided to throw a rock into a lake. Probably shouldn't have.
Probably shouldn't have. Almost got poisoned to death. All this fun stuff.
Who would have thought it would cause so much chaos?
Chaos always finds the three of us.
It was because Smirgoff wasn't there. That's why the chaos erupted. Surely.
Somebody's gotta keep peace.
Right, got to keep him in line. Terran is a loose cannon. You just got to point him the direction you want him to fire.
Damn straight.
Throw a rock over here. See what happens. You have any ponds nearby?
Well,
Every time there's water, we throw shit in there.
well, Dan was like, yeah, you see a lake, and then far in the corner, you see two pair of eyes sticking out. I was like, I want to throw a rock at it. He said, do it. I was like, okay.
As soon as you did it, roll for initiative.
Yep.
I loved that. I'm glad that you did it.
Yeah, that was good.
Sometimes just embrace the intrusive thoughts in D&D.
Oh, dude, I think my character is kind of all about.
You're definitely
little-
leaning into the intrusive thoughts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the warm front's coming
Yep.
in. It's up to 3.3 negative. It wasn't.
Oh.
When I showed up, it was like at -6.
It's supposed to get into the positives
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Ooh, warm
For the
front.
rest
Well,
of the week.
I sent a picture of it saying -20 to my friends on Discord, and I said, I think I might go swimming later. And they were like, oh, but it was 19 here and 1 degree here. And I'm like, guys, it was -20.
No, my friend's up in Alaska, and he sent me a thing. I was like, blah, blah, blah. It was like negative, well, on my snap, it was like -11, I think it said.
Mm-hmm.
And he sends back 44 degrees just south of Anchorage. I'm like,
They got that warm ocean air. It's why Washington's
Yeah.
so warm.
I was like, what the heck, man? I was like, what's going on here? I was like, I said, your winter's drunk. He's like, I know. He's like, it's been raining. He's like, there's no snow on the ground up here. He's like, it's
That's
very
weird.
weird. Because usually there's a butt ton of snow, and usually he's a lot colder. I was like, what is this, like summertime, man? I was like, even in their summertime, they barely get into the 70s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should we stay the night with this town then?
Yeah, we should definitely lodge and board our horses and, let them eat and rest up because
Yeah.
we're going to make way down that tradeway.
You did roughly make up a day on the cult.
So we're about a day and
On
a
just
half.
on just a trot to a light run, we're gonna freaking haul ass now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was on uneven ground. Like you could go way faster on the tradeway if you had to. You could go full gallop.
With them on foot, we'll gain them quick.
Yeah.
3 days behind, we'll catch them probably day and a half.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. So if I were to Google it, like
We might be able to get within sight
gallop.
tomorrow.
Yeah, at least see.
See their cloud.
Yeah.
Because now that we're on a main roadway, they're probably going to be kicking up a storm.
25 to 30 miles an hour is an average speed of a horse during gallop. So they can reach up to 55, but that's way shorter distances.
Yeah.
So if you're going 30 miles an hour on a horse, you could
They're doing 3
and
to
they're
4
doing
mile an hour.
yeah,
maybe.
you would catch them within a day for sure.
I think they'd be doing 1 to 2 since they're on foot.
So let's do the math.
Well,
3
20 minute
times.
mile is 3 miles per hour.
Let's say they were marching for 10 hours and they're going 3 miles an hour. They go 30 miles.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
go 250 in 10 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll gain up on them pretty quick. I mean, hell, for all we know, they could be just over the bridge over there.
So 3 days, that would be 90 miles. You can go 90 miles in 3 hours. But that's at a full gallop without
Yeah.
stopping and assuming you don't run into any problems.
Yeah.
So you could, within a day, that would be, before noon, you could catch them.
Yeah, we can bust up and freaking catch these guys. So I mean, yeah, this is where we're gonna, make sure we're ready to go. Make sure our sources are ready to run, and
Othniel assures you that
Yes.
this place, apart from the horde that came through, this place is very safe, and normally they don't have to keep watch at all. They've got some spare room in one of the farmhouses. It doesn't really have any beds, but you got bed rolls,
Yep.
so you're welcome to stay inside and stay warm overnight. And that they will, they'll make you some more of the same food in the morning, and send you off with well wishes.
Perfect. Let's do it.
And you
Sounds great.
wake up and are well fed and cheery from good night's sleep. Even you elven folk can get a full night's sleep, which can only be good for you. You don't have
4.5 hours.
Yeah, but like even as a human, like sometimes it's great to sleep for 12.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't need 12 hours. But
I'll give it 6 hours then.
I'm bored of sleeping. I want to get up and do something. Yeah. What kind of thing would you do in downtime like that?
Whittle, maybe?
I was gonna ask if that's what you do. Yeah.
That sucks. Sorry, I was looking at the spell.
Thinking of what to do next.
Well,
So
my character would probably go through like him being all about fighting would probably go through weapon motions.
you probably like
Fighting
hone
dances.
your blade a little bit, make
Yeah.
sure it doesn't have any particular nicks in it.
Do
it's
some
good and
dances.
Sharp.
Yep.
Maybe
Warhammer.
some stretching, working on some of your form.
Yep.
Yeah.
Form dancing and
Maybe Smirgoff is like waxing his bowstring and the limbs of his bow, making sure it's nice and.
crying over his
Good.
burned hair.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'll miss that chunk of hair. It took me 6 years.
It was a good chunk.
Well, should have caught. He should have caught them balls.
That's a pretty high price to pay for one mistake.
It wasn't a
I
whole.
agree.
It wasn't half of his hair. It was a little chunk.
He'll never miss it.
Yeah, he's fine.
He almost doesn't even know what's missing.
Until he notices.
I mean, realistically, unless you cut a massive chunk, I'd probably never notice.
No, it's not. It wasn't a matter. It was enough just to burn to get you up.
Doothmare is fast asleep the whole night.
Oh heck yeah! I'm polishing my blunt warhammer.
I'd say maybe you had another somewhat prophetic dream that happened during the night when Zeus maybe gives you a couple details of things that could happen in the future.
You forgot to. Your spells are always prepared. Do for you, dumbass.
Do I still have that one thing? The woe.
That
The
one.
charm,
Yeah.
or sorry, the amulet
Yeah.
of
Amulet of
Savras.
Savras?
Yeah, you still have that. Yeah,
Can I use that?
you could. Yeah. I was
Divine
gonna-
dreams of things that come.
Yeah, I was gonna drop a couple little things. You see a great mountain with a caldera in the center of it, and in the center of that mountain are massive bones littering the entire place. And you see a man dressed in red with black tattoos covering his entire bald head. And that's all you see.
How old is this man? Does he look? Can you tell?
No, it's too dreamy for that.
To get details.
Yeah. The rest of it doesn't make sense to Doothmer's mind, not because he's unintelligent, but because
It's exactly what it is.
maybe a little bit of that, but it's so strange.
He is
that-
very wise, though. So.
Do any of the tattoos? So when I awaken, do any of the tattoos pop into my head
Will you remember
as
them?
relevant? Like if I, like you know how you dream and like certain dreams are very. You remember them really well,
Yeah,
and other dreams they sort of fade away pretty quickly.
this is one that remains with you.
So if I did any kind of like history checks or religion checks or anything like that on any of the tattoos on the dude's face if I could see him clearly enough. Would I be able to do that?
Let's see. Trying to
'Cause
grab
if he has
an image.
anything religious tattooed onto his face, I would have opportunity to recognize the.
Yes, I agree. You would. Why don't you make
If it's
a
that
religion
vivid,
check
if
for
it's
me?
that vivid of a dream. Well, you should have fell in the box, but well, 7. Should have fell in the box. That'd have been better.
7, you said?
Would have been 16. But 7.
Okay.
Any rolls that aren't in the box don't count.
I know. Dang it. In the box. Not that one. That was a 4. That was horrible.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up on the screen for you guys.
Dice go.
So, add page. Blank page. Move you to blank page.
36
Scene.
tomorrow.
That's so handy. Okay, now I gotta upload the image real quick, so bear with me for a moment. Now you said you wanted to use your Amulet of Savros as
Yeah.
well? Okay.
Doesn't give us much information, but
Better than nothing.
yeah.
We need to figure out when we wake up. We need to figure out game plan for when we catch up to these guys.
Can you see that?
Okay.
Looks
Yep.
something like that.
So it looks more runish.
I know him. Just kidding, I don't know him.
Looks more runish than it does like religious.
Yeah.
And it would be kind of blurry like that in a vision. I feel like it wouldn't be super.
Yeah. I would agree with that. The other thing is I want to maybe show you the boneyard.
Daddy.
Let's see here. I think that's the one.
Actually, I don't want to use my thing yet. Because it's only for the next 30 minutes. It'll give you a glimpse, not a glimpse, but a woe or no woe or.
So did the mountain look familiar to me? Is it in the Waterdeep area? Because I mean I know the mountains fairly well over there, the Sword Mountains.
It's. Let's go back to that map so I can make sure that I tell you the right thing and not the wrong thing. So we're on the Sword Coast in the north.
Okay.
And Sword Mountain.
Sword Mountains are just north of Waterdeep.
Oh, I'm glad I checked. No, not
Okay.
Sword Mountains.
Because if it was, it would look. I might know somewhat of the area. Because given how the vision came to me, it may have been something that like a zoom in instead of just I'm there.
Yes, it's quite mysterious.
Yeah.
It's like Zeus is hinting towards things that he may not fully understand himself. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Why is homie playing that?
Okay, apart from this being a human skull, this image is somewhat good. I'm gonna put it on our screen here.
Oh, that's a clear image.
Oh yeah, it did get clear. Waiting for that file to upload and then I will pull it onto the screen for you.
Yeah, I would definitely recognize that if it was a religious thing, if I could look it over.
I would say, so I'm gonna delete that one now. And this, so like I said, not a human skull, let's refresh this page real quick. I've got a way of doing this. There we go. Not a
So,
human skull. I
much
would say it's
bigger.
more of a beast skull, one that you may not recognize.
Enlarged.
Was this an AI image?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it kind of did what I was looking for. I don't know why it put birds in the air. That
Is
didn't
it
ask
that
for
large though? I mean,
Oh, it's massive.
okay.
I'd say this is it's actually a boneyard. It's a lot more circular than this image is. This is quite linear, and there is a strange shaped building that has like spikes jutting out from it and looks quite ominous in the center of the caldera. I don't know how to get the AI to make that image for you.
Well, it could be almost like this piece, just that's in the center.
Yeah,
Or like
considerably bigger than almost everything else out there. Picture in your mind, if you can, Minas Morgul,
Yeah.
the city of the Witch King. In how ominous it is. It's dark. There's a slight glowing. This music is very inappropriate. Anyway, that's what you receive in your dream, and it leaves you a little unsettled. Not like scared or anything, but like
Like what the
dark things are to come.
Yeah.
I will let them know of my vision and any details that I can remember.
It's going to take some piecing together to figure out what these details mean. You're going to probably need to do some research or talk to people about this. You're left believing that is maybe
I'm gonna write that.
maybe something to be aware of.
I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write the dream sequence and everything
Oh,
down
that's the wrong map.
on. Hello, Waterdeep. No.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's not the right map.
I'll write it down. I have pen and parchment, so I'll write it down so it stays
With you.
with me. That way, my 5 intelligence doesn't have to remember that shit.
Wow, you have gone really far in such a short amount of time. Those horses really helping.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just wait.
It's going to take weeks to get up to Waterdeep, though.
Yeah, because we're gonna be beating the crap out of some cultists the whole way.
Yeah, so you haven't really hit the road yet, even though you could. It's just a good time to discuss. For the sake of the DM side of things, do you approach and then not give away the fact that you're there, and then infiltrate and like do something with your horses while you're infiltrating, or do you do something else that I haven't thought of?
Oh, here's the long and the short of it. You guys have the ability to go into the camp more deception-wise, just because of the fact that you have the cloaks and you have the, you have a better ability than I do. So I mean, if
Yeah.
anything, I can, I can watch the horses. I can hold back a little bit.
We can also lure some kobolds that you might be able to fit into their gear. Join us.
That's the whole thing. Is like maybe we find some gear that I can wear as well, and then we just sort of try to find a safe place to stow the horses while we go into camp, because we definitely don't want to go in with the horses, because they'll just use them as pack mules,
Yeah.
and we're just gonna have to be careful as we, get into their camp, because we're gonna want to trail from a distance
Until
night, and then we'd want to infiltrate in.
Yeah, I can call up on Weasel and get
Yeah.
more information.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Didn't you have the ability to do spider too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the problem was spider didn't have ears.
Right.
That's right.
So that's a difficulty in and of itself, is that I have my chainmail armor, so we may have to go in there and try to steal a different set of armor for me to use.
Well, I'm thinking we lure some kobolds.
Yeah, I mean we can do that definitely. Kobolds are a little bit smaller than we are, I believe.
They are small in size, and you're technically medium.
Yeah, technically I'm medium.
Well, we need a human then.
We would need human, yeah. We need a human would work because I mean technically, I haven't really figured out what my height is. I mean, for me to roll, I'm anywhere between like
You're usually like 4 feet tall.
yeah, they're between 4 and 5 feet.
Yeah. So he's a shorter man
Yeah.
or a child in size.
Well, maybe we can find a bulky kobold.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility at all.
Yeah.
It's quite possible.
If I'm shorter on the medium spectrum and they're taller on the small spectrum, I guess it could work as well.
Yeah, it's a wash at that point.
Yeah.
Just make a couple alterations on your own.
Yeah, we just have to we'd have to figure out exactly, we'd have to go in and I'd have to switch out armors. I'm going to have to, because I don't think I'd be able to go in there in full chain.
Yeah, that'd be challenging.
I
It would
could
make a lot of
stand out.
noise for one.
Yeah, I'd make a lot of noise and I'd stand out, so I'd almost need like studded leather or something along those lines. But I'd have to be careful because my AC will drop significantly.
No matter what you do, you're gonna have to either leave the horses behind or somebody's gonna have to tend to the horses while there's people in the cult. Because the cult's gonna be moving the whole time. Are you only infiltrating while they're at camp, or are you infiltrating while they're walking?
At camp.
I think I can maybe a little bit while they're walking, but you know what? We'll have to play that by ear.
Yeah. Could I get an overall just wisdom check from you guys as a group, and I'll just take the average?
Dice are not on fire tonight. Dice are not on fire tonight.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He's unknowing too.
Oh, I forget that the main skills are in a different page here.
Oh.
I got a 2.
There we go. Wisdom. How's a 4, 5, 6 sound?
I have an 8.
6.
2, 6, and 8.
Aren't you wise?
I am. I rolled a 4.
That comes out to almost like 2.5.
Oh no, 4, 6, and 8, or 2, 6,
What's
and
8
8.
divided by 3?
2, 6, and 8, and 8 divided by 3 is a 3. So I mean, you add it all up. What is it? 14.
6.
16 divided by 3 is
Oh, I'm
just over
sorry.
5.
I don't know why I was thinking 8. It should have been 16 divided by 3.
Yeah.
Ah,
so just
Okay,
over
that's
5.
a little better. Not
Great.
measurably better. Okay, what I was going to tell you, you don't know.
Dice are not really
Sorry.
cooperating tonight. So it's
Uh.
probably a good thing that this has been a role-playing session and not a fighting session, because we'd be dead right now.
Yeah, this definitely
Yeah.
has turned out more of a role play. I'm liking it. Okay, let's say that you were able to hit the road pretty early after that meal. They're really appreciative of all that you've done for them. That, it might, maybe to you, it might seem like not that much cash to give out the 10 gold that you had, since you have more. But to them, that was
It's enough to
You're
hopefully
like
allow them to rebuild.
Jeff Bezos descending out of the clouds and giving somebody $1,000.
Nice.
So yeah, you definitely are friends of theirs now. So I've written down Othniel's name and said farmer of Sabar as someone that will remember you.
Soup bar.
Soup bar, yeah.
Well, we can play this
Embrace
by
the
ear a little
Parkinson's.
bit.
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should hightail up
Yeah.
towards them until we can get within view of their cloud.
I wonder if the measuring tool works on this map, since this.
I'm
is
quite
officially
certain.
new.
I'm quite certain that now that we're on,
It does.
it
I have
is.
mileage.
81 miles. Nice.
That's nice.
That means that if they were correct about the information, you would catch up with them right after the bridge.
Which actually works out really well.
So
Yeah.
okay, you went 30 miles that way, and then you came about. Okay, so I made the first day. You got a lot of ground on the first day that you probably shouldn't have.
143 miles.
And then the next day you went
About the
130,
same.
which is reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on the higher side. Okay, but now I can be more accurate about this. Now that I realized I could do this. Okay, sweet. Yeah. So to
Which I mean, our horses were very tired, so that they got a nice rest.
so the distance from where you are to Waterdeep is 568 miles. Okay, so when I said a couple weeks, I did mean that, and that should be accurate. Okay, this means
Unless we run like a mofo, and then we.
Yeah, there's a couple ways I could do this.
4 days.
Like the book says, roll a whole bunch of random encounters, which is fine. I could make my own too, which I find to be more convincing. The other option is we could do a series of checks and fast forward, so to speak, to Waterdeep. And depending on the outcomes of those checks, we would halt all of a sudden for that event that happens, and we would go through that, and then we go back into fast forwarding. I don't
Speed
find that
traveling?
as fun. It's kind of like
Speed traveling is
takes away from. It's like fast travel in a video game. It takes away from the fun of it.
fast travel is fun if our whole reason is going from Baldur's Gate to Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Fast traveling is okay in that instance, but we're tailing someone. So
Yeah, it doesn't seem
fast,
convincing for
fast
this.
forwarding in this instance not as great. Could
I
be
agree.
random encounters as we're getting closer to the cultist group. I mean, I can see those increasing possibly because there could be people that fall behind, or could be people that whatever. You never know. Could be ambushes like last time, or
Yeah.
They could have left.
if they
traps,
feel like someone is tailing them.
Yeah.
But we stopped tailing them for about a week. So, I mean, maybe they're like, oh, our last trap worked.
Well, okay, let me refresh my memory again on how long this is.
81 miles.
Okay. Yeah. We'll go with 80 miles to Borskire Bridge. This is, so divide by 3. Doesn't come out even.
It's about 27 miles.
So about an hour to make it there at a gallop. If you start off at a gallop.
Well, 27. Well, what do you mean? It takes 3 hours to get there, right? 27 miles, or
30 miles an hour.
You could go a max speed of 30 miles an hour.
for multiple hours.
Yeah. At a multiple hour pace. So you could make it there within
About 2.5.
2.5 to 3 hours. Oh, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why I said 1 hour. I think my
Okay.
brain's getting tired and I'm losing track of details.
Which is cool. I think we should go at a very brisk pace,
Oh, it did the math for us.
until we see.
2.3 squares. Yep. They must be 30 mile squares.
Yep.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, so until we get to within, we should be able to see their dust cloud, I would hope. I don't know how close we'd have to be.
What do you think about that? That's an interesting thing. Well, yeah, because it's not a paved road; it's a dirt road.
Depends on how quick they're going, and depends on
Yeah.
which way the wind's blowing.
Or if we run into anything.
Yeah.
Perception checks. I'll take perception checks, and we'll see if you've seen anything.
Come on, baby.
Just not rolling well tonight, are you?
No.
12.
6.
Ooh, it's pretty
2
low for
plus
you.
4.
Oh,
Also a 6.
Nice.
you don't see any dust trail. Maybe they're just further ahead than you think.
That could be.
Borskire Bridge is significantly elevated above the water. This is a tall bridge, about 100 feet off the surface of the water. This is one of the taller bridges that you've seen. Not that it's impossible to build a taller bridge, but it's surprising that
Pretty
this level of
impressive.
infrastructure would be here for this road. You suppose perhaps that the tradeway is valuable to enough folks that this bridge was built a long time ago. It's holding up pretty well.
Be a perfect place for a trap.
You're a little maybe nervous to cross it if you have a fear of heights. I don't know if anyone's character does.
No.
You'd
I live
fall
in the-
fast.
I live in the hills. I live in the hills. I'm
He's
used
not
to
afraid of
heights.
the fall, but the sudden stop at the end. What do
I'm
you
not.
think, Smirgoff? You like heights?
I like heights. I don't have good experiences with them, but I like them.
His track record says he likes to fall a lot, but
Yeah.
I have no problem with heights.
Okay. It's wide enough that a cart could pass on it with a pack animal, and it has slight walls to it, like enough that kind of like a curb, so it could stop a cart from going off the edge, but no higher than that.
Okay.
It's relatively. Actually, let's go with it's roughly medium length. It's like a 50-foot long bridge. It's not super long, but it's quite tall, and that's impressive to you.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they took quite a bit of work to build this out of the cobblestones that it is constructed of. Do you want to cross it immediately?
I
Or
want
you
to
wanna-
send my owl over it first.
Oh, like flying?
Yeah.
Okay. Just perceiving things?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
would
Yeah,
make
just its passive perception is 14.
It doesn't see anything. Does not see anything. Other than just the bridge.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
just
gonna
a bridge
make
there.
a history.
It's distracted with the squirrel.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a W proficiency check. I'm gonna do a history check on the. I want to try to perceive how long the stone bridge has been there. Any
Okay.
kind of origins, just some history check on the stonework.
Alright.
Hey, there we go. That's a. Hold on a second. I gotta figure this out. It was a history check. A double proficiency because I'm stone cunning. So that puts me at a 16.
The bridge is probably in the realm of 100 years old. It's been around for a long time, and because of it's made of heavy cobbles, it has survived the test of time quite well. It was built sturdily with lumber beams inset in the middle to increase its strength. The sort of like road surface of it is a little worn down from the traffic that has gone through it, but probably, in your best guess, built by either somebody from one of the major cities, like Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate, as a way to improve travel from places like Subar to those locations for trade. Not likely a necessary infrastructure that for like the major trade, since you're aware of like shipping routes along the Sword Coast by ship. But this was probably something that was sponsored by a ruler.
Say some lord or some lady of a land wanted their stamp on their legacy
Yeah,
and built the bridge. I let them know that the bridge is sound.
it's quite the feat of engineering.
Yeah. So I pretty much let them know that this bridge was well constructed, and we should have no problem crossing this bridge.
As far as we know.
Do you want to test that?
Yeah, I don't think we have a choice.
I don't think we're gonna have a problem because
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
based upon my observation and stuff, I don't think that there's gonna be a problem with this bridge. I have no reason to suspect otherwise.
Bridge troll.
So when we get about when we start to cross, I guess we'll let the DM start doing his thing.
I forgot.
So does the bridge go up like this? Does the bridge is it up like a up and down type thing, or is it?
Slightly, very slightly. It gives it a little bit of extra strength.
Or my D4 is rolling good.
Let's get the D4s rolling good for that dagger. Bam, dagger. +4.
Let's see. Oh, perfect. There's your bridge. You might need to zoom out a little bit.
Damn trolls from Troll Call over there.
It's a very small map, extremely detailed.
That's totally fine.
I like it. Looks like a solid bridge to me.
Pretty dang solid, I tell you what.
All right, go ahead and place your characters at towards Chris's side there. Sorry, it's out of your reach. I wish there was some way to have it right side up for both of you, but it's not.
We could get little like extenders. We could move our little feet. around.
Like those little back scratcher hand
Yeah,
thingies.
yeah.
Telescopic, and you
Yeah,
can
you
move
can
your.
move our characters.
That's a good idea.
Snowy Owl.
Okay. Yeah, Snowy Owl.
Fly
I mean,
around.
not to. I almost said
Hedwig.
Tavok. Hedwig. There we go. Tavok was a draconic spirit from my other game. Is sort of above all of this, and are you seeing through his eyes?
Not right now. I have to be
Okay.
kind of concentrated on that.
As you get halfway across the bridge, you hear voices on both sides of the bridge, and several men pop up. So
I
now
knew it was a
side?
perfect
we're
trade.
gonna go into
On both sides of the bridge.
both sides. Yeah.
I knew it was a perfect place for a trap.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this
How
calm
does that,
music.
how
out
does
of
that
here.
happen? There's water.
Maybe they were grappled under it.
You don't know. You're not sure. So I'm gonna say you were at least this far. This is roughly to scale.
So we just start hearing. We just start hearing the voices.
Yeah. So one guy.
Off from behind.
I wouldn't put a ton of stock into like the image of the characters that I'm putting out, but they are somewhat realistic. There's two guys, and then there's two more on the other side. There's one, and then this guy looks slightly different, so we'll call him the leader. Because we can't finish the session without a little bit of combat tonight.
Yes, sir.
Well, who said there's gonna be combat?
Well, that is actually completely up to you. It's a very good point. Well said.
Oh, I'm
All of a sudden, the
going
bridge magically gets
I
wider.
haven't seen you in so long. What's happening, my brothers?
Well, we definitely definitely did not put on our cultist gear yet.
Which
Well,
is good.
Initiative
Oh, yeah.
has not started. These men just pop out and they yell, "Halt!"
What do they look like? Any
Excellent, excellent question.
noticeable clothing or anything we might recognize?
Very simple insight or perception check, I think. They're both wisdom based, so it might not make any difference. Might help
with
you
our
this.
dice today.
Let's go with perception.
12.
Are you kidding me? Not one.
9.
What'd you get?
12.
Shit.
Oh
Crit
man!
fails.
Wow, you guys just can't roll above a 12 tonight. Apparently.
Maybe it's just waiting for us to go into combat.
Yeah,
And then we
we're
just
just
start
gonna
rolling
crit,
ahead.
crit-tastic here.
Okay, I think that's close enough that you'd have a at least a degree of success. These do not look like cultists. At most, they might look like the mercenaries that were traveling with the cultists, but you're not totally sure of that. Something in your intuition is saying, no, I don't think that's really the case. But you can't be fully certain of that, so you got to keep your options open.
What do you want?
Okay.
And I think we should listen to them. Stop, halt, let them approach us, see what's going on.
My weapon's not out. My weapon's still my weapon's still in my bag. I'm not grabbing for it.
I don't have nothing yet, but I'm getting ready.
So the one that's got the spear is going. He yells out, "Set down your belongings, and we will let you live."
No.
No.
that's
He
not gonna happen.
And
approaches a little bit more, and he levels his spear. Do it.
I'm not
Why?
drawing my weapon.
He keeps
What do you
walking as he talks, and this guy follows a couple steps behind him. Because we say so.
Oh.
And who is
And-
they?
What authority do you have?
Who is?
This is my bridge. You must pay the tax.
What kind of tax do you need? I ain't dropping all my stuff.
Just your gold will suffice.
Oh, I gave my gold to a town.
Yeah, we have no gold.
I
We
will
gave
give
it all
you
away.
5 bronze pieces.
I'm afraid that's not enough.
Well,
And,
shucks.
well, if you don't have any gold, it looks like we will just have to take something of equal value from you as he steps 5 feet closer. I need either an opposed charisma check to see if you guys are at all affected by this, or insight.
Hedwig's on my
Either's fine.
shoulder right now.
Okay.
I will insight.
Either insight or opposed charisma.
I'm definitely gonna do insight.
Okay.
Definitely doing insight.
Oh, I'm forgetting which party I have. Sorry, my other party also doesn't have any charisma among any of them. So this is just going to be a problem for me for the next, 3 years.
I got a 20. My dice are waiting for this.
Insight's at 21.
That's,
yeah, it's waiting
well-
for it.
I got an 8.
Did you get that too?
what was that
Message?
about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a message. Oh, it's your dad.
Yeah.
You out for tomorrow?
This guy's trying to shake you down. He's criminal. This is not a legit tax. He's trying to intimidate you, but you're not intimidated. You
No.
know his bark is worse than his bite. There's potential you think maybe that you could
Intimidate
him back
Yeah,
and
I
get him to
wanna-
back down.
I definitely want to try that out.
Okay.
I,
All right.
I think we should just make it known that if he tries to attack us, we're going to kill him
Yeah.
and give him the option to stand down. If he doesn't, I'm more than down to fight, because who doesn't love some
I
combat?
would definitely. Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those things. Yeah.
So
Stop right
Yeah.
there.
we would definitely kill 3 of you. I know there's 4, but you're gonna need 1 person to drag the bodies.
I'll take an intimidation roll. That's a +0 for you, right?
Intimidation?
I think so. It's a
Yeah.
charisma-based one.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully you roll well.
Well, it's kind of notched, but if
I would roll again.
okay. 14.
You know who I am.
Okay, let's see
You know what
what
I
he
do.
gets. Ooh, adjacent fail.
Tie goes to the runner.
So what that means is, because he got a 15 to your 14
Oh.
on his insight, so he's not convinced. However, it does give him a moment of pause. That's how I would read that. It's like, you seem to be able to handle yourselves.
Oh, if you only knew.
We might. I will let you pass if
Answer me these questions 3.
you answer me these questions 3. What is your favorite color? I'm just
Ooh,
kidding.
no,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, I have a feeling we might need a tax for our time now.
He's gonna say, "I want whatever the dwarf has."
You're
then I'll
not
let you
getting my
pass.
stuff.
No, I think you have wasted enough of our time, and you are gonna
I pull out my crossbows.
you're gonna have to pay what you have.
All right, initiative roll then. Yeah, let's do it.
I forgot. I'll pull out my
Oh,
hammer. Here,
top of the round goes to me.
let me give you my hammer.
Well, unless somebody rolls better than a natural 20.
Which I mean, Schmiergoff's got like a +8 for initiative. Oh man,
I got a 20.
the dwarf almost gets it.
Okay, so what's your dex modifier?
Oh, 6 plus 6 or plus 4. Sorry.
Okay, so that puts you at a 24.
You rolled an
Oh
natural.
no! I had that was a dirty 20.
Oh, he got a natural 20.
Yeah, I got a dirty 20.
Okay.
And then Hedwig.
My initiative roll's great,
Hedwig's a 5.
and I might go last. This is like
No, Hedwig's a 5. You'll be fine.
okay. I will not go last, but there is potential for me to go last. Schmiergoff's gonna be like 27.
Okay.
Close. You're close.
25.
25.
25.
Is that also a dirty one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd hope so.
So actually, Taryn, you're gonna go third. I thought you were gonna go second, but you actually come in.
That's okay. That's fine with me.
18.
Helps
for
me with my game plan.
Yeah,
We're gonna-
sometimes it's not always best to be first.
Yeah.
18 for the dwarf.
It can be better. Wow, holy cow! This is like everybody's up at the top.
I'm telling you,
The
our,
dice are literally just waiting for the combat.
that's what I was saying, man. There it is, just waiting for
And my
us.
initiative bonus is 0.
Are we adding the owl?
Yeah,
He
it's
was
5.
5. So he's the last.
Okay. I forgot his name again. Hedwig. There we go. For some reason, I want to call him Devote tonight, and that was the draconic spirit that Zach had for his pedal character. That was like 2 years ago. Okay.
I keep thinking it's Tua that's still out, you know.
Oh, Hawk Tua. That's
Yep.
funny. Hawk Tua.
End of regulation. Ohio State wins and they cover. Ohio State covers. They win by 11. 34 to 23.
Oh, man, that's amazing. The monster card was right at the beginning. It's like I planned that all along. Excelente. All right. I think I'm
Oh,
ready
someone
now.
else said, are we on for tomorrow? Who's 90-20?
John, maybe?
Is it John? Oh, yeah, I think that is John.
Okay. All right, let's get this show on the road. So, the guy closest to Doothmer is going to bound forward the additional 5 feet and make a attack with his spear. 12.
See, he's attacking
I think that's
me.
a miss. Yeah. Okay. So he misses. This guy's 10, 15,
Wait,
20. And then he is going to make a mace attack.
What, Austin?
How come they get to go first?
They nat 20.
Nat 20.
Oh, I
That
didn't
20
know that.
even
Yeah.
trumps, like,
Well, shit.
higher initiative rolls?
That's how most people do it. I think it may not be
I
necessarily
think
this is
so.
written.
I think a natural would trump
Yeah,
anything dirty.
I think that makes sense.
23 to hit Doothmer.
No, that hits.
Okay, this one is a mace attack. Where's my dice? Ooh, max damage. He's gonna do 8 bludgeoning damage to you.
React. Dex save.
Okay. He's so matter of fact about it.
8 damage?
Mhm.
That's correct. He would save for a 14.
That is a.
Fail.
That is, I think, just. Hold on.
That might be a
Just a save.
adjacent save, yeah.
So, yeah, so my spell save DC is 14. So
God
you just save.
So he takes half damage.
That's all good.
Still, I want.
So half of 7 is 4.
Okay.
Lightning damage.
I never have a good way of tracking health. Okay. Why is that always so difficult? There should be some of the poker chips in here, if not on the backside underneath where that camera is. There's another one of these like boxes things, and there's a bunch of poker chips in there. Okay, we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 1.
Is this the Matrix?
Leader.
Music.
No, actually, I don't think so.
You're the dumbass that tried to hit me, or that hit me, and that is
Let's see, minus.
not going to like life here.
Okay, there we go. That took a lot of brain power. I can't math tonight. The other 2 guys don't advance and they make crossbow attacks on you guys from behind. So one is going to attack Smirgoff. And Smirgoff, he's going to attack for a 10. Wow, that's terrible.
That does not hit.
I'm not surprised. You'd be pretty weak if it did. The other one's going to attack Tyranny. And 18.
I have an 18 AC.
Ooh, so you pass. All right.
Perfect.
that is probably all we do.
They are not going to be happy.
They don't want to move forward.
Okay, there's a trait that I forgot to include, so both of those guys actually get to re-roll. So, Taryn, you're still fine. Unfortunately, Smirgoff they rolled a natural 20.
Well, that hits.
Surprisingly, that natural 20 misses. It's not so bad. It's 8 piercing damage as the bolt contacts you.
Okay.
Okay.
I can do that.
I forgot they have pack tactics, so when they're next to each other,
Oh.
they get advantage on their attack rolls.
That makes sense.
I've only once needed to use pack tactics, and so I just always forget about it. Okay, that's the end of my turn. Moving us on to Smirgoff now.
Oh, these guys are fourth.
All right.
I don't even know if I'm going to get a turn. You guys might kill them before I even get the opportunity to attack.
So I don't. Just a thought here, Austin. It is possible for you to use the drawing tool, and you can like circle things. And I don't know if it's convenient or helpful for you. You can do that if it's helpful in like identifying things on the battlefield. You can also click and hold with the pointer, and that'll just like make a little ripple effect. And
Okay. So you can see what I do there.
yeah, I can.
Yep.
How do I erase things?
I just Control Z will undo what you did last, and that might work.
Oh, okay. Yep. Cool.
I feel like that makes
Alright.
it maybe a little simpler. I don't know.
Are these 5-foot squares?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is a really small map.
All right. If they're only 5-foot squares. Can you move me to here?
Yes, you will pass by somebody, which will mean you would take an opportunity attack. However, as you pass by him, you could use your action to disengage and not take that attack of opportunity. Does that sound like something you'd like to do?
But if he disengages, he can't attack.
Right, he can't attack this turn.
Disengage means,
Yeah. I'll let him take the opportunity.
Okay.
Attack.
There would be 2 of them potentially, as there's 2 enemies that would be within melee. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, you're right. I would have to go in between them, huh?
Yep.
That'd be the only way to do it. You know what? I'll stay where I'm at. I'll just
Okay.
attack those 2. I'll start with the one on the left,
Okay.
or on the, that one. I'm going to attack with my crossbow. That's gonna roll for a 23,
Well, I can't make that miss.
and that's gonna hit for 7.
All right.
And then I'm going to attack him again with my other crossbow. That's gonna be a 17,
Ooh. A hit again.
and that's gonna hit for 9.
Okay. Very good.
And then I'm going to
Again?
do. I'll use one of my dreadful strikes,
Nice.
and that hits for 5.
All right.
You guys are like, oh damn, why'd we have to screw with these guys?
This guy's still alive.
Yeah. Not by
Alright.
much.
Well, in that case, I'm going to attack him with my other crossbow.
Wait, you have 3 crossbows?
Well, I get 2 attacks, so.
Oh, that's right.
For each crossbow.
Yep.
Oh,
And your
my-
dreadful strike doesn't count.
I think that was
Nope.
I think that's a unique thing, so it doesn't cost an action.
Wow.
Yep. So that's gonna hit for 15. Not hit for 15, but 15 for the hit.
Yep, that hits.
And that's gonna do 10 damage.
Okay, now he's dead.
Okay, and then I'm going to use my other crossbow on the other guy.
I just want to acknowledge how ridiculous it is that you can fire 4 crossbow bolts in 6 seconds.
Douche, 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 douche.
And then that's going to be a 15 again.
Yeah, that hits.
And it's going to do 8 damage.
So how many crossbow strikes did you do there?
I think he just did 2 per each
4.
hand.
He did 4 crossbow strikes, and he did whatever the magical strike was.
Holy shit!
Yep.
And the dreadful strike.
Well, it's just like you and your scimitars or falchions.
Yeah.
You can do like what? 4. You can do like 4 attacks plus say
I can do-
rage
I can do 3 plus an action surge.
plus action surge. Yeah.
It's okay, these guys weren't meant to be a challenge.
I was gonna say I have a.
They're just highway robbers, that's exactly what they are.
I have a.
Oh,
Fun.
they screwed up.
I have a fun deal. If it comes
Wow.
down to me.
Wiping the floor over here, Smirgoth. I'm guessing that's all your action economy. Please tell me you don't have anything more.
Well, I do, but I'm not going to. We'll call that good for now.
Thank you for having mercy on me.
I feel like the other two can take it from here.
Yeah, I think it's Terran's turn now.
Okay. I'm going to move
Turn
Turn
face.
posse and come back here and whoop their ass.
to this guy.
It's Falchion time.
Yep. I'm gonna make my first attack. It's gonna be a booming blade for 16.
Well, that will hit.
Okay, so let's see. So for normal damage, and he'll take an extra D8. Let's see. This is my D8. So 6 plus another 6 or 2, so 8. He also takes lightning damage.
Ooh, how much?
The 2 of lightning.
Oh. Okay, he's not looking so good.
And then I'm going to.
Oops. Oh, shoot. That was the wrong thing.
So that was one attack. I am going to actually face that behind this guy. And he automatically takes 3 fire damage. I'm going to use my my offhand attack on him. For 12. That won't hit.
12 to
right?
hit? It
Yeah.
does hit.
It does
Just
hit?
barely.
Oh, shit. 9 for him. For the offhand.
Okay.
That guy's dead now.
Okay.
Dusty.
And then I'm gonna just use the rest of my movement speed to just go by Disney.
Nice. Impressive.
I still had an extra attack, but I'm not gonna use it. Can you make that guy?
You're just cool. You're just that cool. You don't have to use your extra attack.
Yeah, I'm
like,
just-
nah, I could.
Yeah,
but,
that's
you
true.
know, don't want to make it that easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, Doothmer, do you want to kill the other two? You know, just end them.
Oh, I'm gonna be nice.
Well, no, I mean you're doing them a service. They're awful bad people. They need to die.
Yeah. I'm gonna go up there and I'm going to swing the warhammer, and hopefully my dice work as well as theirs. Oh heck yeah, they do. A 19
Nice.
and bludgeoning damage of 7.
Okay.
Not dead.
Not
Getting there.
dead.
Getting there.
Okay, and then as my 6 words of verbal, I'm going to pretty much say, "You should run now." Intimidation check.
Oh, please.
Go
Please make that guy run. Because he will die.
Intimidation roll of a 3.
Is Hedwig doing anything?
No.
Okay.
You should
He
s-
runs anyway. They would have run earlier, but it wasn't their turn yet, and you killed 2 of them who could have also run, but those 2 break off and they
Well,
head down the tradeway the direction you were going.
Before,
Why do you
as
do
soon
that?
as that guy tries to move, he's gonna take another 2d8 damage of my booming blade.
Forgot about that. All right, how much damage?
8 plus 2.
He takes 2 steps and falls to the ground
Yeah.
dead.
That's the first time I got to use that booming blade to work.
Woo, you
Forgot
know
he was there.
That's like, oh, darn it.
All right. Well, those were challenge rating 1/2.
Well,
So
Too bad they weren't skeletons. I could have destroyed them.
I told them they're
Just
gonna.
went, boom.
I told them they're gonna need one person to drag the bodies. So.
you were almost prophetic in that.
Yeah.
Oh, we are so looting these bodies.
Oh, 100%. Austin could still probably shoot that guy that's running.
Oh, I could. We're gonna let him go though.
From downtown. Like
I'm not gonna
every
shoot the
day.
guy in the back.
Oh.
That was well done, guys.
You're like the movie Elf when he launches that last snowball.
Yeah.
Ping. What?
Okay, that is a really out of place track. Anyway, well done. You now have 3 dead bandits and 1 running for his life
And oh, we are
back the
going
way you came from.
Searchy. My intimidation rolls are always awesome.
Yeah.
Always good. You know?
What was that one? A
Okay.
3?
Yeah, I don't think I've rolled above like a 5 on any of my intimidation rolls ever.
It just so happened that guy was already intimidated by things that weren't charismatic. It was more like that warhammer that just caved in the head of his friend. That's all I need to know. I'm just here for the gold. Run!
You should
well,
run now.
Yeah, they both tried to run and he just dropped dead.
Well, highway bandits are cowards. They aren't here to fight. Okay. You find on them 2 maces and 1 spear and 2 heavy crossbows.
No gold? They didn't tax anybody else?
Well, I don't have any gold on them right now. No.
Damn.
How much does a heavy crossbow weigh?
Let's find out. Where's our here? It weighs 18 pounds, so it is a lot heavier than a light crossbow. So the light crossbow in comparison
That's why I want a hand crossbow.
is 5 pounds.
Okay. I think I'm still gonna take that heavy crossbow and just hold on to it.
Heck yeah.
God, I should have seen what that gold sword can do. Shit.
Oh yeah, I should have seen what that gold sword could
I
do.
keep fucking forgetting I have it.
I can't do anything with it if you forget.
Yeah, I know. Austin, can I
That's
use
it.
it on you first?
No.
Stand
we,
still.
we gotta see what this thing can do, man.
If you
Stand
remember to
still.
bring the swords next week. Wait, are they real swords? They're not real swords.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're real.
That could be dangerous.
Fun though. So I have the big claymore, which it's too big to do. This thing's like longer than my wingspan.
What?
Yeah. And then
Claymores are.
Well, no, I'm just shocked that you have that big of a sword.
Was it the
Yeah.
Braveheart style sword? The big
Well,
claymore?
it's
Dual hand,
it's more
two-hand longsword?
it's more decorative. It's got like this. The hilt is like got like goes kind of like this to a point, and there are claws on the end, and it's like brick. Like it's a whole brick thing, and then the bottom comes out like this with 2 claws, and it's got painted skulls on the blade.
Oh,
And
that's neat.
it's really neat. And then I got a set of 3 katanas that are red, and then the handle is like a dragon with like gems on it and stuff. And they're 3 different sizes, so you got a full-size katana, mid-size, and then a small. And then I have this really cool dragon, like, long dagger type thing that's got all these, like, protruding wings out of it, and it's pretty sharp. But it's got, like, a wooden handle with, like, a dragon on the end of it.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
We need to make some boffing swords so that we can like act out our kill strikes on each other. Like, Toothmer, can you be the dwarf, or I mean the goblin for a moment while I kill you?
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So yeah,
So,
you
it was
just
a heavy
find
crossbow and a mace. And
2
what
heavy
else?
crossbows, 2 maces, 1 spear.
They're not very good robbers if they didn't have any fucking loot.
Well, I mean they don't care to on them. If you had captured the guy, you could find out where their stash was. But he's long gone now.
Oh, shit. It can't be far.
Do I have to see with a spear? That'd be awesome.
I want to take Hedwig. Can Hedwig go see and see if they have any, like, there's any kind of sign of where they came from, or?
Where-
Any sign? Gold here. Gold stash right here.
Maybe they have, like, a little camp somewhere.
I know, but that would make for some fun mounted.
Describe where you want to. So the surroundings around you are, you got that river, ravine is a generous word, but call it that. That runs underneath you, and then you have the woods a little ways off. Let's just bring it back to the map.
It could be in the woods, but I would think that they're more than likely. They might be closer to the bridge.
They had to leave something for a camp. If they just come and park here, they have to leave some kind of camp.
Oh, okay. It
somewhere.
looks like the forest is further away than I thought it was. So it'd basically just be the river, and some hills, and the slopes.
Yeah, he's just gonna scout around as far as he can go, just around this bridge, to see if he can see any sign of a camp or a trail or.
I'll take a perception check and see where that leaves us.
Nope.
No, he doesn't see anything.
I
Unfortunately.
know where I would put.
He's pretty sure your owl is pretty sure he searched really wide, far and wide, and well. He comes back with no information.
Bummer.
We should get on the other side of the bridge and then look under the bridge.
Yeah, have him fly under the bridge. I want to fly under the bridge.
Okay, do another perception check.
13.
Any positives?
There's a leather sack down there.
Can he carry it?
A little too much for an owl to carry. You could probably get down there if you wanted to.
That's
Let's
where
go check it out. Let's go check it out.
Yeah,
that's
let's
where
check it
I
out
would
real
put
quick.
him. Yeah, because they can attack from both sides.
I would look for acrobatics check to not slide down the hill.
Oh, that's better.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
I don't do that.
Yeah.
13.
20. 16 plus 6.
Well, both of you make it.
22.
22.
You got a 22?
No,
I
no,
do.
I'm not
I do.
rolling that.
Oh, okay.
22.
I was surprised.
No.
Yeah, the 2 elves are successful in
The clumsy dwarf with chainmail on? No.
kind of sort of carefully moving along the hillside underneath, and you find the leather bag there. Weighs probably about 10 pounds.
Damn!
Full of gold.
What's in it?
Before
Before I try to haul it back up.
Oh, okay. There's an assortment of coins in there.
There's
A
only
lot
silver
of them
because
are
the-
copper.
The
You
horde,
sons.
the horde only likes.
It's like whatever change people had in their pockets.
That makes sense.
The cult only deals in gold. They don't deal in silver and bronze or copper
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
platinum. Yeah, they don't deal in platinum either.
By the way, guys, this might be a good time to start your cars if you thought
That's true.
if you wanted to.
Oh, it's starting to get cold again. What the hell? It's down to 3.1 negative. Dang it. It was warming up.
That's what you.
I'd hate for you to drive a really cold car.
Well, it got to like
Back
negative
immediately.
1 point. I was watching it 1.6.
So
Really?
Now
should
it's
tell-
back
we
down to negative 3.
tell them about what we were talking about a little bit today. For that future.
Oh. Yeah, about
Campaign
the
possibly.
multi-dimensional travel
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
So, we were thinking, Austin, it'd be really kind of fun to like, cause we were thinking about, having it as sandbox as possible, right?
Yep.
And we were thinking about creating this campaign that is on the basis of like using a portal to explore between like worlds in a way.
Okay.
But it's a lot more. It's a bit more complex than that. Meaning, like, our party could gather materials to go into this portal, yet we don't exactly know where it's gonna take us. And how did we describe it with like the material and spiritual realm?
Oh yeah, so I was sort of giving an example of how within one dimension you could have different sorts of planes. So you got the material plane, it's your basic thing, it's like Earth. And then you hop to a different plane, like the plane of air or something like that. Like there's different.
You talking about Planescape?
Yes, so there's planescape within a dimension,
Mm-hmm.
and things all operate within this. Let's use Forgotten Realms for the example of the lore. Like, Asmodeus is the lord of the lowest level of hell. He is the highest up on the lower hierarchy. He's king of the 9 hells. That is true in Forgotten Realms. Well, let's take for example Pathfinder's lore of Golarion is the world, and I forget what you'd call. I would just call it Pathfinder lore. It bears similarity, but it's different, and so it technically exists in a different dimension.
Mm-hmm.
So you could, because of how wacky magic could go in weird circumstances, you could find yourself appearing in Golarion by accident if something were to go awry, and everything is like turned on its head because you're like, well, this is probably just some other part of Faerun. I can go, like, if I ask around, I can eventually figure out my way back to Waterdeep, and you find that these weird things are different.
Yeah.
Like you're on a completely different continent. You think, well, did I like accidentally travel to a different planet? No, it's not a different planet because magic works differently here. Then you find out that the planescape is different, and start piecing things together, and you realize I'm not even in the same dimension as I used to be. Like, I accidentally moved to a completely different reality.
Yeah.
So
And I think it'd be cool because like each time you move, you can almost change to a different DM for a different world that you're on.
So Planescape works very
Sweet.
much along those lines. So when Torrent came out and Planescape became a thing, there's a central city called Sigil, and Sigil is like the Baldur's Gate, I guess you could say, of the planar world, and we always say that all doors lead to Sigil because you can find gateways, you can find portals, you can find you can open a door and step through it and you're in Sigil, almost like, have you ever seen the show The Magicians?
Yeah.
So in the beginning, when the headmaster, he enchants the door and he walks through it into the real world and stuff, and then walks back out into Breakbills.
Yep.
It's similar to that. So like all doors potentially lead to Sigil, and Sigil is just a really cool city to do some gaming and stuff in because it's just like a centralized city that has all races, all likes, everything like that. And the surroundings, there's you have the outside world, and in Sigil there's staircases. And you can take these staircases to these material planes. So these material planes are the realms of the gods, so to speak. And they're all a little bit. They all function a little bit different. You have your 9 hells. You have like all kinds of different areas that you can go into, which makes it fun.
Yeah,
because
whatever you can come up with.
every world is different because the world is made by that god. So if you're in the world, I was telling him before he showed up. My friend was actually planescaping the other day, yesterday actually, and I was telling her how the functionality of Planescape is totally different because it's God ran. So therefore, the DM actually plays that God, and shit's always different. And you never know, depending on the god, if they're chaotic neutral or if they're true neutral or whatever. It's how that works.
That's interesting that we were talking about this at work, and then you mentioned it, and now we're all talking about it as a party because the way he mentioned it, I think is a great idea. If somebody got a little DM burnt out, you could you could just quick jump to a different one.
Yeah.
You could work it out, do a little bit of coordination for a moment, make it a fun story element, and all of a sudden you're in a different place.
You
And
could.
you want.
So in all reality, like when I had my first vision, you technically pulled me because I was standing before Zeus. You technically pulled me into the material plane of thunder, or the lightning plane, because you have an elemental plane, then you have the material plane. So what we used to also do is, Forgotten Realms is one of those planes, so to speak, and also we also used like Dragonlance. Because Dragonlance is not Forgotten Realms. Dragonlance is totally different.
Here's the image for what that looks like.
I just think it
What
would
is
be.
it?
This is like Forgotten Realms planes, elemental planes.
Okay,
In
so
case
they,
you're
they,
curious.
they went this way. Okay, cool.
I just think it would be super cool because it's completely different worlds, and you never know really what you're gonna run. Whoever's DMing that world has almost like a 2 to 3 week one shot.
Yeah.
In a way of being on whatever world.
Can you do a just do a quick search? Just search for Sigil, Sigil, on Roll20. See if it gives you a map.
I just think it could be super fun.
I think I can get one on Google.
So they have
Whoa.
they have a really good map in the
Holy
in the
cow.
new DMG.
Oh, here we go. Sigil, City of Doors.
Yes.
See, because I would want to
All
bring
doors lead to Sigil.
I would want to bring you to like
That's 2 low res.
Rashar at one point.
There's so what's great about Planescape is that they opened up a totally new avenue to Dungeons and Dragons because it allowed for cross
So much diversity.
gaming.
Yeah.
For cross gaming. So a lot of those games that were out there that were along the same lines of D&D, like Planescape or like
Pathfinder.
Yeah.
and stuff, can integrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
The-
Pathfinder could be its own material plane.
Exactly. Yep.
So you could take your characters, you can transitioning them from D&D to Pathfinder is not going to be too difficult because they're right along the same.
Yeah, I was saying it leads to
lines.
fun little things where, like, let's say you have abilities or not necessarily abilities, but like weapons that are unique to the Forgotten Realms, and then all of a sudden you appear in the Elder Scrolls universe. And you're like,
Right. You could.
I have something that doesn't exist in Morrowind. That's cool.
I
And
think
so
it would be
I'm-
super fun.
Well,
You-
it's fun because
Yeah.
you could take Sigil and you could even go further with that and be like,
Well,
you show up on a highway and there's these freaking big old metal things just
Yeah.
flying by you and stuff, and you're
And
like,
I think a cool thing
what?
would be like having like
Yeah,
something like
you're on
Sigil,
Earth.
having something like Sigil as like a main thing, and you could even be a party that like where Sigil sends you out to these different worlds to take on these little missions, such as like say it sent you to Tolkien's world to go take out a Balrog because it's just getting too powerful, or you have to go to the crustacean period and take out this T-Rex that just morphed into something crazy, and it should not be there, you know?
That's so when Planescape came out, that was like one of the big things that Sigil had to offer. Is like once you got to Sigil, there was endless possibilities, and that's a lot of how it works. Like everything is God ran, so therefore there's always people trying to infiltrate. There's always people trying to go, and I mean, then you could actually go to your god, because you know my original priest when I was playing second edition, I was the battle cleric for Pelor, and I was the sun god pretty much, and yeah, I was just 100% undead hunting priest.
Aha! I've got the image.
I knew you'd find one.
I think that'd be so fun, though.
Oh yeah, Planescape is cool because then it leads to all kinds. So I did a campaign called Paladin in Hell by Monty Cook, and it was freaking ridiculously difficult. So it took you to the nine levels of hell, and you actually went down and you had to defeat the god. And by the time we got down to god level, this is level like 16 plus.
Yeah.
And by the time you got down to the god level, you're in level 20-ish. This is pretty much it. I mean, it's blurry. It might.
Let's see, I can fix that.
See if you can fix it.
If for some reason it takes a moment to load in the first time I pull something up.
Okay, so here's your astral plane. So you have your upper planes, which is where like Elysium is. I can't remember the name of the god. So I've been to Elysium. I've been to
That's
Elysium.
Roman.
I've been to. I've been in Limbo. Limbo's freaking fun.
Hmm.
So Limbo
Plane of
sucks
chaos.
because it's really hard to get out of. Over here, you have where my god was over here in Arcadia, which I've been to and stuff like that. But all these doors, go to Sigil. So you have your elemental planes, you have your material planes here, which is where Sigil sits in the center. Pretty much is where you're at. Sigil sits in the center.
This is crazy detail.
Yep.
So, and this is well beyond my capability of understanding right now. So, I would love to look into this more, and I'm sure a lot of this is in older D&D lore. It's not 5th edition stuff.
Well, and
primarily.
I think home brewing something like this too, in a way.
Yeah, who's to say there's a door to some other universe you want, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the
right
whole
down
point
here,
for this existing. It's
right
just
down
that
here is hell.
it's fuel for your
Right
fuel
here's
for
the
your
nine
DM
hells.
fire.
Here's Hades. This is nasty to go to. Never go there. This is like the most negative plane you can go into.
Hades.
Yeah, this is like really bad. I've never even thought about doing anything there. This one is very, very fun.
I feel like a campaign in Hades playing would just be like playing Diablo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be in a way. Yeah. So anything from like here, from Abyss, up to like Ysgard and stuff like that is going to be very like chaotic, very unpredictable, very crazy. Limbo is a bunch of islands, a bunch of floating islands, I guess you could say, and you get lost very, very easily. Getting lost in Limbo. And it happens, and they're ever shifting. They're always changing. So it's very difficult. It's difficult from the DM's perspective as well, because you have to try to prepare for all this chaos. And DMs do not fare well in these planes because chaos is not where we do best.
Yeah.
We'd like to be over here a little bit more, because there's a little bit more law, there's a little bit more structure. You come over in here, that's where the man and my friends, they were in Hades.
Uh-huh.
And they were there because of one of the gods from one of the positive law planes.
Mhm.
I don't know which one. She didn't really give me too much. Was found dead in Hades realm. So
Uh-oh.
you had to yeah, I don't know what the heck they had to do. I was like, be careful. I was like, that's a nasty place. She's like, I don't like this place. I was like, yeah. She's like, it's unpredictable. I was like, it's very unpredictable. And I say, it's the worst place you could be. I was like, I wouldn't even set foot in there when I was my level 21 freaking.
See, and I think something like this would be good to have
Crazy paladin.
as like a basis,
It's a
of
cool
like a structure.
It's a cool reason for us to switch things up for a little bit. So I liked your idea. This is I
It's
think
very easy to get here from a DM's point.
yeah.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, you cleared the dungeon, great, good job. Hey, there's a secret door. You found the secret door. You open the door and you walk through and you're in the tavern at Sigil.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be a portal that you can see. It just
No.
takes you somewhere.
Yeah, you just walk in. That's what happened in the game that. So when I was level 3, when I was level 3, we got done clearing this graveyard and tomb crypt deal and everything, and we came out of the crypt, and the doorway out of the crypt, we walked through, and the person that was in front of me disappeared.
I
I'm
almost
like, what
did
the
that
heck happened?
to my party. No, I
And,
did do that
yeah.
to my party actually.
Yeah, disappeared. And then I walked up and I tried to examine it, and I didn't see anything weird about it. So I walked through, and we ended up in Sigil.
I've had 2 instances of this happening. One was avoided by the players. It was a portal to Avernus, straight to the first circle of hell. And that one they avoided. Mainly because it was belching fire and imps. The other portal technically went to like almost like a mirror of the material plane that was more ethereal. So it was like what would you call it? I'm forgetting what it's called. It's the ethereal plane, right? That's not the right word.
How do you want to put that?
I forget what it's called, but it's that one plane where you can see everything that's happening in the material, but you can't influence it. It's not plane, sorry. It's the I don't have the language for it right now. Anyway, they went in there and they changed history and they came back.
Oh, cool.
And so that was
Oh.
really fun.
Yeah, you can almost think of these
They
as
didn't
like
even
the
know that
staircases.
That's fun.
It's freaking it's cool, and yeah, there's a lot that goes into it, and there's so much lore behind each one. I mean, you really have to do your homework.
And,
Yeah.
Well,
But
it doesn't
you
have
can-
to be that way either, though. It doesn't have
Yeah.
to be so in depth to where like
Yeah.
you have to go deep dive into these places. It can be to the point where it's like, if I wanted to run and bring you guys to Roshar and you guys can experience this world,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't have to be, completely strictly by the book, but it can be, we can find a way to have our characters there, and I can run a little campaign just in that,
Mm-hmm.
and then it can tie into somewhere where you guys would want to go. It just makes it so, like, we can have fun with different worlds and with characters that, like you said, have things that shouldn't be on that plane, but
Yeah.
we do, and, I could take you to an island where you have to find your way off. Like, it turns into almost a little survival situation.
Yeah.
You can just run different worlds and different scenarios and
Oh, yeah.
just have kind of
It's
cool.
the spirit of D&D right there.
Well, that's the whole thing. When you go into a homebrew and stuff, you got endless possibilities. But I mean, if you really want to do something to where we go to other realms, hell yeah, Planescape's the way it is.
Yeah,
Because they're
it's good for
you
structure.
can always find your way back.
Yeah, I think it's a good structure to
Yeah.
have.
We were talking about that, and I was proposing just off the top of my head this idea that you have to rally together a bunch of really rare like spellcasters, and you have to give them a lot of preparation time and a lot of resources, and then together they might be able to build a portal back to where you were going.
And depending, you might have to on some kind of plane.
Yeah.
You might not be able to just get straight back to
Because
Sigil.
Right, exactly. And so it's not guaranteed, and it could definitely fluke, and it could send you to the wrong place again.
Mhm.
Or it could just, like, I don't know, instead of leaving the Forgotten Realms, multiverse, so to speak, you just, like, accidentally go to the planet of Eberron.
See, and if I say Austin was after me to DM something that he wanted to, like a world, I could get together with him and we could almost tie in
Uh-huh.
what I was working on, and it just somehow throws you into or gets you into a play to his starting point.
You can also do.
It's a fun thing, you know. Like right now, you know, I'm using the new DMG right now. I'm doing some stuff, and I'm doing world building right now, just messing around and everything. Because we used to do homebrew stuff all the time and everything like that,
Yeah.
which is fun.
I used to do a lot more of it.
Yeah, I was telling Dan, I was like, it's gonna be a little rocky at first, but I feel like once we kind of get the groove for it and we kind of figure out a little flow, I think it could get super fun, and we can actually build like a little story off of it.
I like the game Sandbox for that reason, because that's
there's endless possibilities.
That's
Which is-
where you
which
get
is fun.
the long running campaigns where people are really sucked in and they're really dedicated to their character,
Oh yeah.
because you've been I don't know, you aren't limited by a book
Yeah, literally.
like
Literally.
that. The Tyranny of Dragons book exists for DMs that want a structured game.
Yeah.
Like, I could just run it that way, but I don't desire that because it's more fun to do this.
Yeah, say we do this and we start out with like lower level characters, like we could run lower level campaigns, you know, like you're fighting pirates on this plane at one point, and
You can run
know?
one shots as dream states, by the way. That's super fun.
that would be
I've
pretty
done that.
sweet too.
I've participated in one and I've run one that way. It works really well. It's a great excuse for why am I all of a sudden in a different setting? Well, it's
Like-
all in your head.
But like
Right.
think of all those different scenarios and adventures you can have just in a short amount of time, you know,
Yeah.
and all these different worlds, and I think it'd just be super cool.
You bring something interesting to the table when you do that.
Yeah, and when you switch DMs, it's a different perspective and a different type of game ran every world that you go, you know?
And just because like these are god realms, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be level 20 to go into them either.
Right.
Right.
Some of these we've ran stuff, you know, we've ran stuff in a couple of these. I mean, this was level 15, 16 on up for us, but that was just because we were going to kill the god,
And
which was a amazingly awesome fight, by the way.
with four of us, I think it
Epic
gives
fight.
each person plenty of time to plan out the next little one shot that they want to run.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You know?
and it's fun. It's fun. There's a lot of things that you could do with this, and it's not necessarily, you know, the gods don't always make themselves present either.
Right. It's just endless possibilities of whatever adventure you want to come up with, whether you want to tie it into this or have it be like a little branch off of any certain type of plane that you want.
Yep.
You know, for any kind of reason that you could want, you know?
This guy's pissed
Think,
off at this guy. They're
yeah.
infiltrating, so you need to go and, you know, bat him out, show him that the man needs to go away.
I'm glad we talked about this. I do want to circle back real quick to just, like, you all get 100 XP for killing a thug apiece. Which is not a whole lot, but that's okay.
How much?
100 XP per person.
Nice.
I'll give you, like, take another 25 as well for some roleplay XP as well. This is mainly a roleplay session.
Woo!
10,750.
10-7-50.
And then I will. This is great. This gets me to a point where I'm like,
Now it's like game on.
now I understand what we're doing, which is great because before I was kind of like, don't know where they're gonna go from Baldur's Gate. They might go deeper into the city or something.
What did you think about that though, Austin?
I'm sold.
Think it'd be fun?
I thought he might be.
Well,
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
it's a totally new realm, right? It's totally new
Totally new
possibilities,
whatever,
right? You're not restricted.
At all, yeah.
I mean, Forgotten Realms is a huge area,
Well,
and you'll never get through it all.
Well,
ever.
and you can even use it as different one shots. You can come back to Forgotten
Oh
Realms and
gosh,
stuff.
yes. I mean, there's a whole area. A lot of people like sticking on the Sword Coast because the Sword Coast is there's a lot more lore about the Sword Coast than there is about anything else.
Yeah, but that's it's less original because of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely. I agree with that 100%. But I mean, that's where a lot of DMs go to and stuff like that because it's I guess you could say it's safe.
See,
You
like,
know, because there is a lot of lore. There's a lot of it's a lot easier to prepare. Some of this other stuff, it's like,
at some point it'd be sweet to take on the Balrog, but I'm never gonna get there with we'd have to run a full Lord of the Rings campaign in a way to even get there. But like with this, we could do
you can
it.
go anywhere at
Yeah.
any time,
Mhm.
any
Literally.
place, and have a good old time with it.
Cool. I proposed that idea and I thought maybe that's a long shot. But it sounds like you guys like it.
Hell yeah, I like it. I think it'd be super.
Oh, it'd be a fun thing if we ever decide to go off of this.
I do think sticking it out in Forgotten Realms for a while, especially
agree.
in this campaign, like just getting
I
getting
agree.
somewhere is a good idea because otherwise
Yep.
it might be a little too easy to get excited and like just constantly hop all over the place.
No, I agree with sticking with this campaign for a while. But
This campaign should go for a little bit, and there should be maybe a separate campaign, potentially for all this.
The potential for the second half of Tyranny of Dragons, since it's made of 2 books, is actually pretty exciting to me. I think you'll really, really enjoy it. The Horde of the Dragon Queen is the first part, which is what we're in right now. Not as interesting as Rise of Tiamat, in my opinion.
yeah.
I actually recognize that a part of Horde of the Dragon Queen was something I participated in for a whopping 2 sessions under an awful DM. And, I remember that being a really unfun experience for me, but I'm going to try to make it better.
This is the filler. So this is the filler, So you have to start
Understand.
somewhere. You're
Yeah.
starting at level 1, so you have to start somewhere.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of filler that has to in backstory before you start getting into the main story.
It gets to be a good time
Yeah.
after Horde of the Dragon